Hi, folks. Can y'all hear me? Hey, there we go. Yeah, was having a little bit of a mic issue there, but I think we fixed it. Hey, Zena. Hey, Chris. All right, I do want to do a quick tweak on my noise cancellation settings. One second. We will get started very shortly, I promise. All right, there we go. For some reason, Twitch decided that I no longer needed my microphone or noise cancellation, so that's fun. But I think we're fixed now. Should be better. Yeah, who knows? All right, let's get into it, shall we? Good to see everybody today. I hope everybody had a good weekend. Welcome, welcome. Hello. Let's go indeed. All right. So, a week ago, I think, I'm going to change my camera a little bit here too. There we go, a little better. So, about a week ago, we built a ticket tracker application here on Stream. Um, and that was fun because it was a little different than what we normally do. So for this particular ticket tracker that we built, which you see here on the left side, oh, that's the wrong one actually. I'm with the local storage one. Um, we built it using local storage, and so it turned out to be really, really, really simple, but still functional, which was the important part. And so that was sort of an exercise in essentially building a prototype application, right? And so here, something that actually worked, was fully functional. You could, do all the activities. You could, uh, make new tickets and do all these things. Um, and it would work just the way you want it to, except if we actually look at the code, it doesn't have it's not full stack. It doesn't have a backend. And so, in order to facilitate this, we use local storage, which is storage that it just stores in the user's browser, and it retains that information. I can reload the page, all this stuff. Everything comes back just the way it was, but it doesn't have to be full stack for it to work. And so, this was sort of an example of how you could prototype a full stack app without having to build the whole thing, right? If you don't know, if your boss isn't sure what features they want, your client isn't sure what features they want, you can prototype it using local storage, have them sign off on all the features, and then say, all right, now I'm going to go build this full stack app for you. Um, hey, thank you for the follow, Giga Castle. Yeah, and so that was pretty fun. But today, what I'd like to do is take this app and build it out to be entirely full stack. So to have views instead of just plain HTML, to have a server, to have a MongoDB backend, to have controllers, to have routes, all that good stuff. We're going to take this same app and we're going to build it out to be fully full stack. So I hope everybody's looking forward to that. Um, I'm going to give folks, a few more minutes to get in here, and then I'll probably go over the concept of what we're doing again today. But I did want to give a little bit of an update on my plans going forward. So the most recent cohort of 100 devs has ended. But again, that doesn't mean that I'm stopping streaming. Doesn't mean that Leon is stopping streaming. Leon and I have some cool collaborations, hopefully planned here in the coming months, and some great ideas for the future going forward. So again, I'm really looking forward to that, and I hope you all are too. Um, all right. Well, I hope everybody is having a good weekend so far. I am. Yesterday, I went to dinner and the symphony with some friends, so that was very cultured of me. Doesn't happen very often, but I show flashes of culture occasionally, so that was fun. Hey, how are you? I'm doing well. I hope you are also. Good to see you. Did anybody else do anything fun this weekend? Gonna get my tea going here. What are we building? Aha, excellent question, Hote. So, during a stream about a week ago, we built a ticket tracker app. So for like IT type tickets, like where you submit a ticket and you assign it to somebody, there's a description of the issue, etc. We built that using local storage. So local storage meaning just storage in the person using the app. It stores the information in their browser. But what we're going to do today is take this app and make it into a truly full stack app with a server and a backend, MongoDB backend, and a schema and everything. So we're gonna take this thing that we built before and we're gonna flesh it out. Oh, and I need to turn on captions. Give me one moment to do that, please. Do, 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 do. And if you weren't around for the first stream, that's perfectly fine. No worries at all. I will share the repo for the code from the first stream with you, so you can start from there. No worries. No need to go back and rewatch the first stream first. We can start from here with no problem. So let me get my captions going. And captions should be going momentarily. All right, captions are on. Yes. All right. Yes, this is an older version of Bootstrap. You are welcome to update it if you want. For what we're doing, it doesn't really matter all that much. But yeah, you're welcome to use a newer version if you prefer. Um, yeah, and I will do a brief recap before we move on. I'll do a brief recap of the code inside the original repo, and then we will move on to making it full stack. Yeah. Hey, you. How's it going? Yeah. What's more important about what we're going to do on today's stream is the concept of taking a prototype and turning it into a fully fledged full stack application. What stack are we going to use? We are going to use it's not quite Mern stack. We're going to use Mean. So MongoDB, Express, EJS, and Node for our stack today. So no React, but this could be, Rascal2 here in chat. Rascal2 has been doing some wonderful work with React on their stream. So if you want more React exposure, I would highly suggest I would highly suggest checking out Rascal2. All right. So I see a few more folks hopping in here. So I'm going to go ahead and start going over the code that we did last time. Again, if you weren't around for the first stream, that's totally fine. I will give you a link, and I think Rascal already did. Um, oh, I'm sorry. Not MEAN, MEEN. No, yeah, the front end is just going to be EJS. But you're welcome to do your version of the front end, in whatever is your uh, front end of choice. Yeah, so here is the link in chat to the code that we did last time. Again, it is just very simple local storage. There's a lot of things that could be made better. And so today, what we're going to do is we're going to take that and convert it to full stack. Yep, Mongo, Express, EJS, and Node. Make everything an assembler. Yeah, no. No. All right. But before we go into the previous code, let me show you where we're going. So what we are going to be building is essentially the same thing. So it will look the same as the previous version. That's the point, right? The point is that it doesn't look any different than the prototype. It should look and behave exactly the same. So if I, close a ticket, we'll see that the ticket is now closed. I've got my issue IDs, subject, description, priority, assignments, and then if I delete something, it'll delete, and I can add new tickets up here just like before. But the point of this now is that it looks exactly the same to the user, no difference, but it now actually has a full backend. So here's my MongoDB database. and we can see the tickets are being stored in here instead of in local storage. Yeah. So that's the plan, is that when you have a prototype and the client signs off on it, you don't want it to look any different in the finished product, but you do want it to function properly. So that's what we're going to do. Let's go ahead and go over the code that I shared with you from the repo. We're not going to go super in depth into it, but there's really not a lot to it. So I hope everybody can see that okay. But if you open up the repo, you'll see that there's really only two files in it. We just have an index.html file, so not even EJS or anything, just straight up HTML, and a main.js file. So inside of the index.html, there's not a lot going on. We've got our header. We're linking to this, yes, to this older version of Bootstrap, which absolutely could be updated. And we have a function that's running when we load the page, and we've got some very simple HTML with a container and some Bootstrap classes here to do a little formatting. You'll notice that we don't have any CSS. And we've got just, oh, let me expand this container, sorry. Inside of our container, we have a form with several inputs. And a lot of this is just for formatting, right? So we label them as form groups to sort of smush things closer together. And we have input boxes with labels. And then down below, really, we just have a section with row formatting. And this is where our JavaScript populates the items that it's pulling out of local storage. Okay? And then inside of the JavaScript, all we're doing is essentially fetching the issues from local storage every time the page loads. We get the items from local storage. We parse them as JSON, and we set them all up as inner HTML with strings, which obviously is not best practice, right? That could be done much better. Now, what's a way that instead of using inner HTML, how can I take this and populate it dynamically? What's a way that I could do that using EJS? Just in general, you don't got to be specific. Hey, Commander. Hey, Caster. How have we done this before? Instead of saying like inner HTML, blah, 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 and using like a for loop inside of our JavaScript, what's a way that we might be able to do this using EJS? Yeah, we could use a for loop. Yeah, we could do that, absolutely. And using a loop with EJS script. Yeah, so essentially what we should probably do instead is, yeah, move all of this into our EJS file and have some kind of a loop in there. It could be a for loop. We have options that we could use, but what we can do is take this and move it into the EJS, since this is mostly HTML anyway. Drop this in here and send the elements from our database into our EJS file, right? Using that render method that allows us to send objects straight into an EJS file. We can do that instead, which will clean this up quite a bit and stop it from being so gnarly looking, right? Yeah, we can do a map as well. Absolutely. Yeah, we have options, right? So this is what's populating the ticket list right now. And then we also have this save issue function. And what it's doing, again, pretty gnarly, what it's doing right now is it's grabbing each individual element out of the input boxes and assigning it to variables, creating an object using those variables, and then dumping those into local storage. So instead of this, what we're going to want to do is essentially just move this into the database, right? Have the form just submit and dump it straight into the database, which actually might be a little bit easier, or a little cleaner anyway. And then for closed, very similar. It's grabbing the issues, uh, getting the issues out of local storage. It's chopping out the one that we want to delete. Um, or this is setting the status. So this is it pulls the issues out of local storage. It updates the one we want to update, and then it puts them back into local storage. So we can do something similar um, in our database, but actually cleaner with Mongoose. And again, for delete, it pulls the items out of local storage, it cuts out the one we don't want anymore, and it puts them back into local storage. And again, much cleaner with Mongoose. Mongoose has built-in methods to do all of this, so this will be cleaner. So Zena, does that review of what's in here, does that make sense? What we have and what we might want to do in order to flesh this out a little bit to make it full stack? Excuse me while I hydrate. Yeah, no worries, Zena. All right, so I'm going to pull this over for just a minute. I know it's kind of behind my head, but um, the nice thing about all the work we've been doing so far is we've done quite a lot of work in class, right? We've built quite a lot of apps, quite a lot of projects. We've built quite a lot of projects here on stream as well. And so the cool thing is that we have a lot of reference material. We don't got to code things from scratch anymore. And I mean, I'll be real. That's what I do a lot in my day job as a dev, is finding things that are already built, you know, finished projects that you know already work, and then taking what you need from those projects and just modifying it to do what you're trying to do in this moment. And so that's what we're going to do today. We're going to take essentially a finished full stack app and, pull chunks off of it to get what we want, and, you know, modify and edit those chunks until we have it behaving just like the local storage app. So we're gonna do a little Frankenstein's monster here. Hopefully that should be fun, and we won't have to code everything from scratch, so you won't have to watch me make a million typos. Arwen says it stinks though when you want a piece from one app and you realize it's EJS and you want to push it into a React app. Hey, that's fair. Yeah. Yeah. When you start moving to, new tools and things like that, it can be a little hard to refactor. However, if you want practice refactoring things from EJS to React, again, I will say, please check out Rascal2's channel. Rascal2 here in chat. They have been doing refactoring apps from EJS to React for like the last month or something. It's redonkulous how many they've done. So if you want practice with that, or help with that, or watch somebody else do it for a while, definitely, yes, definitely check out Rascal's reactification VODs. That's what they've been doing a lot. Yeah, yeah. Hey, Chaotic, good to see you. Yeah, Rascal, that's a good point. Might be easier to go from EJS to just the JSX if Vue is all you care about. Yeah, yeah, you could do that. You could just convert to JSX too. At least to ramp up, yeah, to ramp up to the full reactification. That's a good point. Yeah, because you definitely have a lot of practice with it at this point. All right, so with that being said, we're going to do a Frankenstein. We're going to take an older app that has all the features that we want, and we're going to tweak it and change it and modify it until it mimics the behavior of our local storage app. So which one are we going to use? Well, we have a lot to choose from, especially on my repos here, but I found one that pretty much has everything that we need. And it's my to-do MVC refactor stream, which you can find on my GitHub, and I will share a link right here. So that's a link to the repo, where what I would suggest you do is go ahead and just download the code and save it somewhere on your machine, because we're going to be modifying this so much that you wouldn't necessarily want to clone it. I would suggest clicking on the down arrow and downloading a zip file, and then opening that up in a VS Code window. Yeah, I mean, you can do local MongoDB, but we're pretty good at this point at using MongoDB Atlas, where you've been using MongoDB Atlas for a while, it's very easy to make a connection. Once you've done it once, you can just copy all the connection information and reconnect super easily. And in fact, the connection um, function that we use generally is already in this app. So if you download this code, you'll have that connection information. You'll just need to populate your env file, which we'll go over in a minute. And yeah, super simple. It's all there already. It's that's the nice thing about it is it's reusable, so it's easy to connect again. Um, but if you're new here, this does assume that you do have a MongoDB instance in the cloud and a cluster that you can use. So if you don't, you'll have to create one. But this assumes you do have one that already exists. Now you don't need. We're going to build out our like collections and everything, our database and our collections within the app. So you don't need that, but as long as you have a cluster, you'll be fine. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and open a new window here. I've already downloaded the code, so I'm going to open that. Actually, I'm going to rename it. So I've downloaded it, and I'm going to rename it as Ticket Tracker Full Stack Demo. That's how I usually name these things. And then I'm going to go ahead and open it. All right. Wrong window. There we go. Okay. So I'm happy to pause while folks go ahead and download that code and get it open. Just let me know when you're ready for me to keep going. And again, I will post the link to the repo once more. Take another drink of tea. Hey, thank you for the follow, Pax. Good to have you here. Thank you for the follow, Tom. Welcome, welcome. So yeah, just let me know when you're ready to keep going. I have not tried RedSly. I have not tried Udacity courses. I have just finished with the 100 Devs cohort here on Twitch, which is free. So you don't got to pay for anything. So if you're interested in that, you could always do !Leon in chat to learn more about that. Totally free web dev courses here on Twitch. Not taught by me, but by the wonderful Leon Noel. So if you want a free option, you might check that out. Oh, we got a stretch here. All right. Ooh. There we go. Oh, that feels good in the shoulders. All right. How we doing? Are we ready to keep going? And I realize that my top banner is obscuring my tabs just a little bit. So let me make that a little smaller. 1 second. Sorry about that. All right, I might just disable the banner for now because it's hiding the tab names. I can't seem to make it smaller. Yay, Twitch. All right. There we go. You should be able to see the tabs now at the top of the screen. And I'm going to move my text down to the bottom. There we go. That should be better. All right. Well, let's go ahead and keep going. Jazzy says, I'm not coding today. Hey, that's fine. My hands are angry at me. Oh no. Your eyes hurt from the past few days. Yeah, then if hey, take care of yourself first, right? There's no obligation for you to follow along. Do what you got to do to stay healthy, right? James says, "Hi everyone. I spent some time customizing the ticket tracker. Um, Rascal even helped me with a little bit of functionality. How radically different is the code base going to get as we update storage?" So I think even if you've added additional functions, you should still be able to keep with the same general format that we're going to be changing to. So you should be okay, honestly. You just have to make sure that your model syncs up. Like when we get to the model, you have to make sure that you have the appropriate fields that you're able to store. Like if you've added additional fields or flags or whatever, you just have to make sure you're storing those in the model. And then I mean, or adding additional controllers if you need them. I don't know what else you've added as far as functions. But no, I think you should be okay. You should be able to follow along. You'll just need to be cognizant of any differences based on additional functionality that you've added. That's awesome, though. I'm glad you did that. All right, let's keep going. So we've downloaded the code and we have it open here. Now, all this code is still kind of it's not going to do what we want it to do, right? It's coded for our to-do list app, so we're going to need to modify it so it has the behaviors of our local storage app. James says it's mostly CSS, but also the removal of the close button when tickets close. Okay, yeah, you should be fine then. You'll probably just need a little bit of additional functionality um, in your controllers, maybe, or actually, no, that might be an EJS that you hide that button, but yeah, should be fine. Yeah, no worries. All right. So, what I'm going to do is I like to start at the model level. So, the model is our backend. What are we going to be storing in the database? So, if we're thinking about the components of our tickets that we're putting in, so let me pull this back up here on screen. We can open up our model, and the first thing I'm going to do is rename this models file to, I'm just going to call it like ticket list.js, but you can call it whatever makes sense to you. And so what do we think we're going to need in our new version of the model? What fields do we think we're going to need? In our new updated version of our model in order to store the information for our tickets? Yeah, essentially, right. It's essentially going to be all the fields from the form. Yeah, that's what we're going to want to store inside of our database. So I'm going to take this model, and let's see, we got 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, question. Previously, we were generating an ID using a plugin or whatever called Chance. So do I need to go ahead and add ID as a field here in my schema? Do I need to add that in this? If I'm storing this in the database, do I need to add ID as a field? Yeah, exactly, Tame Mister. Yep. So Mongo is going to be generating our ID for us now, right? Because that's just something Mongo does in order to have a truly unique ID for everything stored in our cluster. So yeah, we don't have to store that like we did in the local storage version. So what I'm going to do here is we have 1, 2, 3, 4 fields. So I'm just going to copy this twice, and we can just rename these to be subject and description and severity and assign to. And then I'm going to go ahead and leave the date field. It's not that we're necessarily going to be using it, It's just that it might be nice to have if we want to just look in the database and see, tickets, or it could be something that we use later and add it as an additional feature, order tickets by date, or if tickets are over a certain age, we could flag them like in red or something like that to show that they're overdue. And so I think date might be useful. So I'm just going to leave it there. It's not going to hurt anything. All right, so there's our model. And now let's go ahead and rename our schema to something more logical. So I'm going to call it ticket list schema. Rename that. And we're going to export that, obviously. So I'm going to replace the schema name down here, ticket list schema. And this first name here is going to be the name of our model. So again, I'm just going to call it ticket list. And does anyone recall what is this? What is the third argument that I have here inside of my model export? Anyone remember what that is? Yeah. It's just to specify the collection. Exactly. So we can just call this collection name tickets. Now that's an optional argument. Um, that you don't have to specify this third argument inside your export. If you don't, MongoDB will just name it the plural of whatever your model name is. So ticket lists, but that's a little awkward for me. So I decided to name my collection tickets. And yeah, Zena, you really didn't miss anything. All we've done, literally everything I've done here is just opened up the code that we downloaded from GitHub and it just updated the model. We just said, hey, what fields do we want in our model? Let's go ahead and update that. I prefer to work backwards to front. Some folks, might prefer to go the other way, but I like to go, model forward. So yeah, that's all we've done. You didn't miss much. And I will push this over the break. I will, incrementally push the code to GitHub. So if you do get turned around or get an error or anything like that, you should be fine. Oh yeah, I'll share the repo again here for you, Zena. So you'll need both. You'll need both. Essentially, what we're doing is we are taking the MVC code and we're going to keep modifying it until it mimics the behavior of the original ticket tracker. Um, so I'll share the link to that stream again, to that repo again, and Rascal already did as well. I'll share it again just for make sure everybody's got it. All right, good deal. No worries. Hey, Interplanet, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. All right, so we've updated our model and this is going to export for us. So that's going to store our tickets just the way they were inputted in the form. We've got our model and let's go ahead and what I think I'd like to do here in order to make it so we can get a working version as soon as possible, I think what I'd like to do is essentially create the new ticket path first. So when somebody submits a form, it creates a new ticket and it stores into the database. Now we have a little bit other functionality such as the close and the delete button, but let's save those for last. Let's see if we can get the new ticket path working first so we can store things in the database and see that our route is working correctly. So how about we do that? All right, now we've got a place to store that stuff. So let's look at our routes next, I think. Actually, no, let's do the controllers. Let's go in order. So if we want to, yeah, exactly, to get the code to a testable state as quickly as possible. Absolutely. Yep. Now, this original app had two pages, home and edit, and also two controllers. But the home controller is where we create new tickets or create new items. So let's go into the home controller and let's see what we need to do in order to get that modified. All right, so the first thing we're going to want to do is change our input here. So we're pulling in the database model, and we've renamed it. I've renamed it anyway to be ticket list. So I'm just going to change that name, ticket list. And I'm also going to change the name of the variable here to be, let's see, what do I want to call it? What do I want to call it? See, I'm going to see what I called it in the finished version. Yeah, I called it ticket list. All right. Ticket list. And that's going to pull in our model that we've updated. Yeah. All right, that's going to pull in the model that we've updated. Now this first function here is essentially grabbing the list of items, and it's going to send them into our EJS. So once we have working EJS, it's going to send that to our EJS and allow us to populate a list of those items. Now, that's going to be behavior that we want, right? Because that's going to be behavior that we want because the app should list all the current existing tickets on the main page, right? So we are going to want to update this accordingly so that it works. All right, so get index. Here we are doing a try catch, and we're going into what we want to do is we want to go into our model and find essentially everything, find all the tickets. All right, so I'm going to update the name to match what we're importing. It's going to find everything. It's going to render index.ejs, and it's going to pass into that an object, make that a little bigger, an object containing everything that it found. Thank you for the follow, Maddie. Thank you for the follow, Coding Bytes. Welcome to the stream. All right, so I'm also going to rename this. Let's see, const tasks. So we're going to call it tickets. I'm going to rename this variable to be tickets just to match the name of what we're pulling. Tickets. We're going to await tickets list.find, res render index.ejs, and tickets list. I'm going to rename that as well. All right, that should be fine, I think. Yep. So what this is going to do is it's going to render index.ejs, right? It's going to pass an object containing all the tickets that it found inside of our model that we are storing in MongoDB. Now, if there's any problem, it'll do a catch block and return an error, and it should show that error in the browser. And it's very highly probable and possible that we will get to practice a little troubleshooting today, because whenever you're refactoring something, it's liable that you're going to miss a step somewhere. So we should expect to see errors. And in fact, there's a couple errors that I'm hoping I remember to throw, like on purpose, because it's stuff that you might encounter as you're refactoring other code. And so we'll see if I can deliberately throw a couple errors. It's always a risky proposition, but we'll see. All right. So this takes care of when we first load the page, generating the list, right? Passing the list of tickets to our index.ejs so that it can render it. So that takes care of that. And then the other thing that we have to have happen, right, is creating new tickets when somebody submits the form. So I'm going to change the name of this function as well to be create ticket. Again, just being consistent with the naming as far as what we're trying to do. So what this is doing is it is creating a new object inside of our database or inside of our collection. So I'm going to call this new ticket, and we're going to create a new object inside of our ticket list model. So again, just updating names here. And this object should have all of the properties that our model requires, right? Because inside of our model, inside of our model, we made all of these fields required. They were already there, they were already required. And I think for a ticket to be complete, and have enough information, I think you do want all of these fields to be required. So we're going to want to make sure that the object that we pass in has everything that we need. So we can just fill that out. And we're going to want a subject, and it's going to be rec.body.subject, because we expect that when that form gets submitted, it's going to be passing all these fields into our controller. Hey, Jim, good to see you. Subject, description, of our subject, we'll have our description, we'll have our severity, and that'll be rec body severity. So the one thing that we'll just need to remember is that when we get to our form, we're going to want to make sure that the field names in our form match what our controller is expecting us to give it, right? The form is going to take care of actually submitting the data to our server, but we want to make sure that our names are exactly what is what our controller is expecting, so that it can build this object and send it up to the database. All right, so we have severity, and then we have, what did I call that? Assign to, I think. Assign to, yep. Assign to rec.body.assigned to. Yeah. Okay, I think that's all the fields, because remember, again, the ID is going to be generated by the database, and our date field is going to be also generated by Mongoose before that data goes into the database. So all the fields are going to be there. We only just need to provide these 4. Just going to double check I got everything. Oh, status. Sorry. That's the last one, is status, which is actually not one of the form fields. So status is going to be rec.body. Let's see, rec.body.status. Yeah. Okay, perfect. That's everything that we need, because remember, this can have a status of open or closed. And then also, I think I need to make one more edit to the model, because the reason I missed status in the first place is because our form here, it doesn't have a status box, right? So when this form is packaged up and sent up to our controller, the status field, might not be there. There might be nothing in the body that says status. So what can I do inside of my schema here? What can I do inside of my schema if there is no status? What should I do? Status. Twisted Tech says, wouldn't you just want a new ticket to have a status of open? Yes, I would. So how can we do that? Hey, Fragile Jade. Yeah, so what we're doing today, for the folks that have just joined us, there's a few of you. Hello, welcome. What we are doing is we're taking a local storage version of an app. So this is like a prototype ticket tracker here on the right. This is just local storage. It has no backend, and we are building it out into a full stack app with MVC structure. So for status, let's say that I have not passed anything in from my controller, right? Status is empty. What could I do? What could I do to make sure that even if I didn't pass anything in, what can I do to make sure that this gets stored in the database with a status of open? Because Twisted Tech is right. That's what we want. So what should I do there? Yeah, Fragile, you're exactly right. We're going to want to do a default. Exactly. Yep. tame and fragile, you're exactly right. We're going to do a default, just like we did for the date, right? So default, then we can set this default value as open. And now when something gets passed from our form, right? Our form does not have a status field. When something gets passed from the form, if nothing is in there, default will be open. And then when we want to close something later, we can just have a separate function that's going to just flip that status for us. So, but we'll test this. We'll make sure that it works. So what we're doing right now, for those of you who are new, is we're really just setting up the route for creating new tickets. So we want to make sure that we can have our form, submit a new ticket, store it in the database, and then once we know that that works and all of our routes are working, then we will add the additional functionality to close and delete items as well. Yeah, you're exactly right. Yep, default open. Hey, Mirabek, welcome. Good to see you. All right, so we've updated our model. We've added this one additional field here for status that I forgot. I told you I was going to forget stuff. All right, so let's go back to our controller. We're going to go back to the home.js controller. Oh, I'm going to save my model. I'm sorry. Home.js, save that. And all right, so I think that's everything that we need to include here for creating a new ticket. New ticket list. All right, and so after we build the object, then we have our try catch block, and what this is doing is it is taking this object that we've created and it's going to save it. So let's make sure that the name is correct. New ticket.save. That's going to save it in the database. And then I'm also just going to console log this for funsies so we can see it. And then it's going to reload the page so that the list now becomes updated with our new ticket, right? Index.ejs is going to render again and show our new ticket on there. And if things fail, I, of course, want to display the error. So we have our catch block there to display the error. All right. Oh, and so that's our create ticket. I do see I have one error here in my get index. I changed the name up here of the find, and I need to change it right here as well. So this is going to tell index.ejs to render, send an object containing all the tickets that we found in the database. And then down here in our create ticket, this is what's going to happen when somebody submits the form. It's going to create a new item, build out this object, save it, run it through our schema that we created, save it, and reload the page to display the new ticket, and then display any errors. Twisted Text says date. What about the date field? Yeah, because we did create a date field in our model, right? Why do we think I'm not concerned? Why do we think I'm not concerned about having that date field be in our create ticket object? Why do we think I'm not concerned about having date be in our create ticket object? Any guesses? Thank you for the follows, Likely Magic and Logician. Yeah, so MongoDB, so we are never, when it comes to like a date field like that, that's not something that we ever are going to enter ourselves. Mongo is just going to always default to whatever the current date time is, and it's going to be way more accurate than anything we could ever enter ourselves. So it never needs to be in our new ticket object. Mongo will just, basically our Mongo schema will just see that it's not there, and it'll just add it itself because we have that default true. We said it's a default. We gave it a default value of the date. And said, all right, if nothing is there, just fill it in with the current date time. And so Mongo is always going to be like, yep, it's not there. I can just fill this in myself. Yeah. And correct, it makes IDs automatically too. So for this ID field that we have here, MongoDB will just generate that for us automatically. It doesn't need to be in the object. Yeah, exactly right. And Mirabik asks, can you please repeat what does res.redirect do? And so in this case, what it's just doing is it's saying, all right, after you've done all these things, like after you've saved this new ticket, um, essentially just go back to the default route for the app. And so what that's going to be in our case is that's just going to be the home route. So it's going to essentially just reload the page. It's going to go back and say, all right, you just want to redirect to the default route. That's the home page. Reload the home page and display the updated list of tickets, including the ticket that we just submitted. Does that make sense? You could redirect to other routes too. So what would be an example? What do you think would be an example of a time when you might want to redirect to a different route? When can you think you might use that? When you might want to redirect after an action is completed, when you might want to redirect the user to someplace else. Yeah, exactly, Jazzy. Hey, Christian, welcome. Hola. Yeah, if there's an error on if they've just finished logging in, right? Because if they've just finished logging in, you want to make sure that once they've successfully logged in, that they go to the place where the logged in people are supposed to go, right? You don't want them going anywhere else. You want them going to their dashboard or their homepage or, or what have you. So using that redirect can say, all right, I want to send these certain people to this certain place in my app after this previous action is completed. Ah, saludos desde Argentina. Sorry about my accent, but yeah, welcome. Good to have you here. Yeah, and Dr. Moto says also having a 404 page. When you have an error, you might want to direct people to a certain error page depending on what error they get, right? Page not found, server timed out, that kind of thing. Yeah, bienvenidos indeed. All right, so that's what redirect can be for. In this case, we're using redirected very simply to just essentially reload the page. But you could redirect elsewhere, and you should redirect elsewhere in certain scenarios. Yeah, but that's a great question. I love that question. So I'm going to go ahead and save this controller. So that should handle the route that we're trying. That should handle what we're specifically trying to do for this first round of testing, which is making sure that we can create new tickets successfully and store them in the database. We'll look at some of the other controllers later, but this is really all we're concerned about right now. GCN says when trying to push an ad on it. That's how you get your web dev license taken away. So Fayaz asks, is there any particular reason why the new ticket object creation is outside the try block? I mean, not really. To me anyway, this right here makes it a little more obvious as to what this try catch is trying to do. So this try catch is trying to save our ticket object, right? Because this is just creating the object. This is just creating the object. The save does not happen until down here. So this is what we're really concerned about try catch. Actually saving the object in the database and then reloading the page. But you could probably have this whole thing inside the try catch if you wanted. And I apologize. I think I missed another question earlier. Sorry, Legizion, I missed your question earlier. Apart from faster speeds, how do you think the internet is going to evolve in the next 3 years? Honestly, I think more data collection, like just automatic data collection, observation data collection. It will no longer be opt in, opt out. I think a lot of it is there's going to be a lot more data collection, despite, there are some pretty strong laws in like the EU and stuff like that about data collection. But no, I just think the internet is going to keep knowing more and more about us, whether we want it or not. Also, more artificial intelligence bot activity, smarter and smarter bots, essentially. Yeah. Yeah, and Rascal summed it up really nicely there. You generally surround the try around the code you think will throw the error to make it clear, oh, these are the lines. Yep. And so in this case, this is probably the biggest time when it could go wrong at this save step because, you know, we might have issues with our schema. You know, we might get rejected if we miss a required field or something like that. So this is probably the most likely part where it will fail. So we just want to make sure that we're catching it here. Okay, so this is our controller for creating our new tickets and also just for rendering the page first time around. Hey, I'm Mimi Cotton. Welcome. So after our controllers, let's next go to our routes and make sure that our route for creating new items is set up appropriately. So we're going to go ahead and go to our home.js route. And we're going to have to do a couple of updates here. So let's look at what we have here. We're going to require Express. We have our router. We have our home controller. Now that's fine because we didn't change the name of our controller. Controller/home, that's fine. Also, our get index function that we're calling here is the same. However, we did change the name of our create. So this is now called, what did I call it? Sorry. I called it create ticket. So I'm just going to grab that and update the name on the route. And I'm sure you've probably noticed this already, but let me just undo here real quick. If VS Code is able to match this route destination to an existing like function in that controller, it will turn yellow. But if it can't, if that doesn't exist, it will be blue. So you'll notice as soon as I paste the new name in, it turns yellow. So that's going to be a really quick identifier for you if you have a typo or if you're missing a name, you change the name, you forgot to change it in your route. Just look at the color and, you know, make sure that they're both yellow or make sure that they're all yellow. Yeah, and talking about, you know, data tracking, that kind of thing. The creation of the cookies on website pop-ups does nothing to protect users. It wastes hundreds of thousands of hours of people's time clicking agree without reading. Um, so does your site include a do you want cookies pop-up? No, it does not. But yes, I do agree. I feel like, you know, most folks when they see a cookies pop up, they just want to get to the site. So they're just like, all right, agree, whatever, I don't care. Um, but yeah, that's I think mostly ineffective. It's still good to have it, I guess, but yeah, I agree. It's, you know, that's the challenge of the modern internet. People want convenience, but that convenience often comes at the sacrifice of their personal information. So I don't know how to feel about that. All right, so our router is updated. Perfect. Um, so we've updated our model, we've updated our home controller, we've updated our home router. So now really all that's left is to update our view. Roscoe says, I've seen a few of those cookie prompts that don't actually do anything different based on the user answer. Ooh, isn't that like super illegal? Or, I don't know. Interesting. Um, all right, so for views, right now we have two views in the current version of the app. We're only going to be using one. We're not going to get rid of the other one just yet because we don't want to throw a bunch of errors. But this can essentially be, this edit.ejs can essentially be discarded. We're going to be working in index.ejs. So let's go ahead and open the views and go in there. And actually, before I do that, sorry, before I do that, we've updated our model, we've updated our controller, we've updated our route in order to facilitate the whole, you know, ticket creation route. Before we go on, does anybody have any questions before we go on to the view and actually hook things up for good and then test our ticket creation? Legision, it says you still don't get a cookie sent to your place when you agree. I know. If I'm agreeing to share this personal information with a website, they at least owe me like real cookies. Yes. I don't disagree. Cookie Monster love the internet. Indeed. Yes. Cookie Monster is more intelligent than he seems. Sometimes sites have the pop-ups but no option to turn any on or off. I know. Yeah. All right. So actually, it's about time for us to take a break. So, oh yes. So Tame Mister has a good question. So yeah, we'll answer this question. We'll take a break, and then when we come back, we'll get our view set up to match the way the view for our local storage app looked. So we're gonna mimic this view here, except hook it up to our to the backend that we've just created. Um, Almost fusion time. Yeah. So Tame Mister asks, where is rec.body.status coming from? Aren't we setting it by default? So I technically yes. Um, I did leave it in the new ticket creation just because that was a feature I was toying with adding. So it won't really matter if it's in there. Um, but yeah, that was a feature I was thinking about adding, going back and forth as to whether I wanted it to be something that like you could set in the form. I didn't end up doing that, but I guess I just left it in there. And it will be a thing that we are going to when we go to our like edit when we do our when we hook up this button, essentially this close button. We will be passing the status in for that. Actually, no, we won't. No, we won't. Yeah, no. I guess it's not necessary. Um, yeah, good. I mean, good catch there. Because yeah, I did leave it in there just because that was a feature I was going to add, and then I didn't. I'm going to go ahead and leave it in there still because I think I still might add that feature. But yeah, good catch. Yep, and it will. It'll just stay undefined. Um, no worries, Jazzy Pants. Good to see you. Enjoy your networking. That's rad. I'm glad you're doing that. Go network. Go. Legizion says, how did you conclude that using JavaScript is the right language to use to build this site over something else like TypeScript or PHP? Well, to be real, yeah, so JavaScript is the current hotness. And it's also, so a lot of the folks here in Stream are participating in a training program for an agency called 100 Devs. And so we use JavaScript as our main language. Not saying there's anything wrong with TypeScript or PHP. That's just the language that we are most familiar with at this time. We are learning some other languages as we go, but JavaScript is what's familiar to the majority of my viewers, so that's what we're using here. PHP is gross. Personal opinion. Come on. But yes, I know that a lot of folks love TypeScript, um, and that it can add some, additional structure to the chaos that is JavaScript. Why do you drive on the right side of the street? Because everyone around me does so. Yeah, JavaScript is life. It's also chaos a little bit, but I say that as a SQL dev, and SQL is very rigid. So, all right. Um, Thought Golang was the new hotness. Hey, that's the thing about being a developer, right? There's always a new hotness, and so determining the correct hotness to focus on, I think, is the challenge sometimes, right? There's always the new language that everybody says is going to be the new standard, and then all you get is just one more standard. I think there's a great XKCD comic about that somewhere. Whereas, yeah, everybody tries to introduce a new standard, to unify the industry, and then you just end up with one more standard. So, yeah. Any last questions before we take a break? And then when we come back, we'll set up our view. COBOL is the new hotness. Hey, Tagora, I work with two developers who actually started out doing so in my day job. I work with two developers who actually started out using programming COBOL on mainframes. So like back in the day, it's pretty wild. 14. Of course, Rascal has found the link to the XKCD. I would highly suggest over the break read that comic. And it's very true. Basic is making a comeback. I just want to do everything in VBA, okay? All right. Let's take 5 minutes and try to be healthy because we like to take a break about once every hour, just to go, get yourself some hydration and use the restroom, pet your dog, whatever you got to do. We'll take 5 minutes, and then when we come back again, what we're going to do is hook up our view right now, which our view right now is just local storage. We're gonna hook it up to the routes and controllers that we have just created, and see if we can store tickets in a database rather than just in local storage. How long is the stream going to be? So I lately I've been limiting my streams to 3 hours. So we've already been an hour. So I expect another two, at most. I don't know. We might end early today, but I feel like I'm just jinxing myself by saying it. So yes, I'm planning to conclude around 6 p.m. Eastern, which is in 2 hours. All right, glad to hear it. 24 hours, maybe someday. Oh, thank you, Hood. Okay, 5 minutes on the clock. Take a break. Get up. Don't just sit there. I'm watching you. Get up. Go do something else for a minute, and then come back. Okay. Okay. All right. 5 minute timer. Oop, timer. And oh, I'm gonna save my routes before I forget. All right. And then we'll get the timer going here, and I'll reset it for you. Start. All right. See you back in 5 minutes. Take a break by watching another Twitch stream. No. Go get up and stretch. Okay. See you back in a minute. All right, folks, come on back when you're ready. Got about a minute left in the break. Pour yourself a glass of water. Pet your dog. Kiss a baby. I don't know. For me, during the break, since I stand up to stream, I actually go sit down. All right, I'm going to stop the timer here. Turn my camera back on. Maybe, theoretically. All right, there we go. Thank you for the follow, Queen Miss Rose. Good to see you. I'm also going to turn my light up just a little bit. There we go. A little better. Okay. All right. So, again, before the break, we updated our model, our controller, and our router. And now we're going to go ahead and update the view. Now, I do realize one last thing I want to do here is go ahead and just create a GitHub repo for this, so that folks, as they join us, they can catch up. So let me just whip up a repo here real quick. We're going to call this ticket tracker, actually full stack ticket tracker. And I will give you all the link to this after I push to it. Full stack ticket tracker, create the repository. All right. And let's see. Yeah, I'll leave everything else in place here. Okay. All right, and get this going. Okay, git commit m, and we'll say created new ticket route, and git push. There we go. Okay, so here is a link to the repo where what we've done so far. If you got lost in the sauce and you want to catch up, there you go. That's for you. Otherwise, let's go ahead and keep going. So any questions before we resume? Paste that again for folks. There you go. All right. Feel free to ask questions anytime. I do just want to give folks, the space to do that if they want to. But all right, let's go ahead and update our view. And the view that we're going to be updating is index.ejs. Right now, it has a bunch of code in it that we don't want. So here we're going to be doing a little bit of copying and pasting. I'm going to be taking code out of the local storage ticket tracker and basically dumping it into our index.ejs here. So the first thing I'm going to do is get rid of everything in the head, clearing out the head completely. And I'm going to copy everything from the head in our local storage version of the app. So just copying that and dumping it in. Yay. Easy peasy. Save that. All right, so our head is now updated with everything from the local storage version of the app. And what this is going to do is it's going to allow us to access our Bootstrap stuff, linking to those appropriate styles. Okay, now inside of our body, I'm going to go ahead and also just for clarity's sake, I'm going to go ahead and just clear out the body. We can just rebuild it. So essentially, I could have just recreated the file, but hey. Oh, and I also pasted this in the wrong place. Sorry. All right, so I've grabbed the head from the local storage version of the app, and now let's go ahead and fill out the body. Um, hey, Luis, good to see you. Make this see a little better here. Hey, Scotty. All right, so looking at our body for the original version of the app, the local storage version, which is here on the right, we have an on load. So what this originally did in the local storage version was it went to our main.js and just called a function and ran that function to grab the list of tickets out of local storage and display it on the homepage. Now, in the full stack version, do I need this on load? Is this necessary? Do we think I'm going to need it? Just thinking about full stack apps in general, is this something we generally have to do? So we've got a yes. What do we think? No? Okay. Do we have a tiebreaker? What do we think? So Render says, see? Okay, so let's think about full stack apps for a minute. Generally, in a full stack application, you're going to have a route. You're going to have a route that's just going to be like a slash, right? That's going to be like your root route, so to speak. And you can have things that happen when that root route is triggered. And you can basically trigger whatever you want when that root route happens. And so you don't need to specifically call a function on load in your HTML or EJS itself, because you can basically just say, hey, whenever the user visits, like, the homepage of your app, the server is going to listen for that and it can trigger things on its own. So we don't need to explicitly call a function here in the body when we're using a full stack application like this. When we have a server that's controlling our application's behavior, we don't need to explicitly call this function on load. So we aren't going to copy. We don't need to copy that over. That might not make a ton of sense right now, but once we get the view updated, I'll show you how it works without that. Legision says, just had coffee and ate 5 cookies because we were talking about cookies earlier. What did you miss? Not much. We're prepping our index.ejs file to mimic the behavior of our local storage version of the app. So this is the local storage version of the app here on the right, and we're going to mimic that behavior using EJS. Yeah, it does make sense. We'll do that on the Express side. Absolutely. It's going to be because now, since we're making this application full stack, we're going to have a server and we're going to have controllers that can manage that logic, right? We're going to have routes, we're going to have controllers. All of the brain of the app is now going to be on the server side. And so really, we just want the EJS to not really be driving the show, just sort of to be taking whatever the server gives it, right? So we're not gonna copy this over. We're gonna leave our body tag as is. However, what we can do is grab all of the form information and copy that over. So we have this container section. Let me see how big this is. I'm just going to collapse this for a second. All right, so that's got everything in it. Grab that. Let's see. I think actually I'm going to start at the H1 here, and I'm going to grab the whole Jumbotron section. So we have this section here called Jumbotron. We can collapse that down, and I'm just going to grab that whole thing. And actually, nope, thinking about this, I'm just going to grab everything in this container. And also, yeah, let's just grab the whole thing. We're going to grab everything in the container section, as well as all the scripts. let's see. Do I need the scripts? I do. Yeah, because there's some stuff in there I need. So let's see. Do I though? No, I don't need chance. I already got the bootstrap in the head. So yeah, let's grab it without the scripts and see if that works. All right. Because we aren't using main.js anymore. Aren't using any jQuery. Got the bootstrap script in the head already. And we aren't using chance. So I think we're okay with this. Let's just grab everything inside this container section and drop it in the body, which is a lot, but that's okay. Yeah. If you had to give a quick summary of objectives of today's stream and what has been covered since the start, what would that be? Yeah. So essentially what that is we're taking this local storage app. This app is a ticket tracker that takes in like tech support tickets and stores them, with certain formatting and shows who's assigned. It shows ticket information, and you can close and delete those tickets as they are completed. But right now, this app just runs on local storage. So what we're doing is we're converting this. So we're pretending like this was a prototype of an app, and we've presented it to management. Management has approved all the features, and so now we're taking this app and we're fleshing it out into a full stack app with all the same behavior. So we want it to look exactly the same, but have a true full stack backend, right? Storing things in the database, have a server controlling the behavior, and no longer be local storage. Does that make sense? So that's why we're taking the original local storage code and we're copying like the formatting and stuff, but we're going to hook it up to the routes and controllers that we just created. So we created our model for MongoDB. We created a controller that's going to help us create new tickets and add them to the database. And we have some routes that are going to be routing stuff, to the appropriate controller. That's what routes do. And now we're making the view that's going to hook to our backend using EJS. Does that make sense? Thank you for the follow, Bucket Man, sir. Good to have you here. All right. So we have an input form. We have an input form here. And what this is doing is it has multiple inputs where our users can type in stuff for the tickets. And by default, HTML forms will try to submit to a server if they can, right? So if we have a form that's going to that has a submit button on it, and we give that button a type of submit, it's going to automatically try to see if it can package all that form data up and submit it to a server, which is a pretty cool default action. So we are going to have to tweak a couple things on this form, but for the most part, it's going to be ready. It's going to be ready to go and ready to talk to our server. All right. So I think we've copied everything that we need from the original code for now. And now we're just going to be tweaking this so that it can essentially talk to our backend, right? Okay. So I'm going to make this, let's see, I don't think I need this anymore. I think I'm going to go ahead and minimize the local storage version of the app so we can see more of the version we're actually working on and the version we care about right now. So I'm going to go ahead and minimize that. And now let's focus on the version that we are, our full stack version of the app. Okay, I'm going to save this. And let's look at our form, because the route that we're looking at right now is the route that people are going to use when they submit a new ticket. And so that involves the form. That's the route that we want to get working first, so we can make sure that we are able to store things in the database, our routes are configured correctly, we didn't make any typos in the naming. And then once we get that working, we'll look at our additional routes, such as closing tickets and deleting tickets. Okay. All right, so here I have a form, and it has an ID of issue input form. Now, if I were to leave this as is, is it going to be able to talk to our server correctly? So just looking at like the form tag here, do we have what we need? Is this correct? Or is it, what might this tag be missing? If I want it to truly be able to talk to our server in a way that our server is going to understand. Because remember, the route that we're going for is the route to create tickets. And our route to create tickets is called create ticket, right? And that's a post route. So what we want to make sure is that when we submit the form, our server is going to know exactly where to send that form to the correct route. So what do you think we might need in order to make this form formatted correctly so our server can recognize it? Yeah, it's going to need an action of some kind, right? Action or a method. Yeah, whatever the method is, the CRUD method, right? Yeah, because if we submitted it without that, I think by default, it may be by default that it's going to treat it as a post, but still, we should specify the action so that it's clear to anybody that looks at this code what this form is trying to do, right? And it's going to get to the right route. Yeah. So make sure I don't miss anything here. Yeah, we're going to need a method and an action. Actually, we're going to need two additional tags here. So let's do the method first. Method is, what is my method going to be? If I want to create a new ticket, what is my method going to be? Strain says, I've been slacking on actually building, and it's scary how quick it goes. Yeah, Strain, you're right. Um, you got to keep building. I know we're really, like, a lot of folks are really focused on the job hunt right now, but yeah, it's easy to just slip it right out of your brain if you're not using it, right? Yeah, it's going to be post, right? Post. All right, so that's going to be our method. And then spaghetti is right. We're also going to need an action. Now, what is this action going to do for us? When I say action, what is this? What is this? What is action for? Is action submit? Yeah, spaghetti, exactly. So what action is going to do is it's going to tell our server where this form should go specifically. So in this case, it's going to essentially specify the route that this form should travel to get to the appropriate controller on our backend, right? Because let's say you have, um, maybe multiple models or something in your app. You have a very complex app with multiple forms, and your server is going to get a post request, but it might already be listening for multiple forms doing multiple different types of post requests. So here you actually specify this is exactly where I want this form to go. So let's figure out where we want our form to go. If I'm creating a new ticket, I want it to route to our home controller where this create ticket create ticket method is. So how do I get there? Well, that route is configured um, as a post route. Okay. And um, let's see. Is that how I have it in my? Yeah. And actually, I'm going to update this route. Well, do I need to? I'm thinking about this. I'm thinking about whether I want to give this route a specific name. I think I might. So I'm just updating the home route to explicitly say what it's doing. So we're posting and we're creating a new ticket. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. Create ticket new is going to be our route for this. And then in my form, I can just specify that I want to specifically go to this new route. So I'm going to copy that and I'm going to drop it into my form. So action is going to be new. This explicitly says we are doing a post. We are creating a brand new ticket, and it should go along the new path to our controller. Hey, thank you for the follow, Abdil or Abdil. Yeah, you're declaring the endpoint that you're communicating with in general. Yeah. Arwen says, I'm in the opposite boat. I love building, so I'm constantly doing that and not my code wars. Yeah, it's important to have a balance, right? You want to build enough stuff that your brain doesn't, forget everything that it knows. But then you also got to, practice the stuff that's going to get you the job, which is interviewing. Um, yeah. And 1 million people, you're actually, yeah, you're not wrong. What the action is going to do is basically, yeah, going to say, all right, what are we communicating with, right? And in this case, we're communicating with our server, and we want this form to go along the new route. All right, so that's going to help make sure that it can talk to the server appropriately. Um, Now, in here, we have our input boxes where people can type stuff. We have labels for those boxes, and they're inside of these divs, which are really just for formatting. This is just a bootstrap formatting thing. It's going to just make them look nicer. So we don't really have to worry about the divs. Um, let's look at our input boxes and make sure that those are formatted correctly, um, again, to pass the information along the route that we've created. All right, so our input box here, we have a type of text, which, okay, that's fine. Our model is going to be, our schema, sorry, our schema is going to be expecting these to be text. So perfect. That's correct. Class, form control, that's fine. That's just formatting. The ID is called, right now it's called issue subject input. And then we have some placeholder text in here, which is going to be the default text. And then when the user starts typing, that gets overwritten. Okay, good stuff. Um, how did you transfer your code from local storage to server or online system? Oh, and thank you for the follow, Gaming with Cromulent. Great Simpson reference there. I like that. It's very cromulent indeed. Um, so basically, the nice thing here, Legision, is that I have built full stack apps before. And so I just went to a repo for an existing full stack app that I'd already built, and grabbed the code. And we're just modifying it to match the behavior of the local storage app that we already created. So it's not that I really transferred anything. I just had a repo already with a full stack app that, had a backend and everything. And we're just modifying that to behave in the way that matches our local storage app, and essentially mimic it completely without the end user being able to tell the difference. Templates are nice to have. Yeah, it's just a template. That's all it is. Recycling. Yep. And that's the thing. That's what you're going to do a lot as a dev. So I'm a SQL dev in my day job, and the majority of what I do is not writing brand new fresh code. It's taking existing examples that people have already done that work, and modifying them to do what I need to do in this moment, right? So finding somebody already built a mapping. This is what looks, this does something similar, or this talks to the same endpoints. I'm going to take this, and I'm going to, replace all the fields, or whatever, update the database name or the table names, and switch things around and get it working. So this is we're practicing this here a little bit. Is we're taking an existing template that we already had and modifying it to do what we need to do right now. Thank you for the follow. What is that? 1 million peep. uh, Prior to copying code from another repository, do you have a checklist that you go through certain things in a code? Um, I'm not sure quite what you mean by checklist. I am copying it from my own repository, so I kind of already know it. If I was copying it from another repository, what I would look for would be like a README file to see if they've given me any information about the code, anything I need to do first, anything I need to be aware of. So I would look for a README file. And I would also, like check my environment variables and stuff like that. And we're going to do that before we run this the first time. We're going to need to update our environment variables, make sure that our config is correct to connect to our database, that kind of thing. And making sure that we've installed all the packages that we need. So those are the general things, I guess. All right, so here we're looking at our form, and we have our um, looking for maybe bugs in code, potential bugs, or malicious code in repository. Um, a lot of times with bugs, you're not going to know until you run it, right? You're going to run it and you're going to see errors. Maybe a package is out of date. Maybe, I don't know, maybe you have a typo, or maybe they have a typo, right? If you're using somebody else's code. Um, Sometimes you don't know until you run it. Um, as far as malicious code, um, I I don't really know about that. I guess I'm careful as to who I take things from, right? Um, I don't just go out willy nilly and copy something from any old repository out there. Generally, it's my own stuff I've already worked on, or stuff I know the source, right? I know who did it, like they're a trusted person to me, and so that's who I'm copying code from their repos with permission, obviously. Um, so yeah, I mean, as far as bugs go, just by looking at code, you're probably not going to see bugs until you actually get all your packages installed and try to run it and see the typo. Some folks might be able to just look at it and see it, but in general, you might as well just use the built-in error messages to help you pinpoint where the problems are. Okay, so input box is here. It has an ID. Yeah, it's stuff I've worked on. Exactly. Yeah, this is the repos that we're working with today. They are mine, and so I did share the links to those. You can do !GitHub if you want to see my GitHub. Um, I can share the links to the repos again, or Rascal if you have them on hand. I saw you posted them earlier. So we're working with the local storage repo, and then we're copying it to essentially we're using a full stack template to mimic the behavior of that local storage app. Yeah. And the specific repos there, so the specific repos that we are using, Rascal has just posted in chat. So we're using the local storage is the one that's labeled front end. The template that we're modifying is labeled back end. And then I have a new repo going, which is storing the code we're working on right now, which is the one that Rascal labeled as full stack new. All right. Okay, so again, we've got our input boxes with our placeholders. They have IDs and classes. However, when I submit a form and that form bundles up all the data inside of it into an object and sends it to a server, how does it know what to name? So if the contents of each input box in a form are the values in that object, right? Because objects are made up of key value pairs. So there's like a key, and then there's a value, and key value, key value. What you put inside the input boxes, so what's been typed in there, is the value. How does it know what the key should be for each input box? When I submit a form, or when I'm building a form, and it packages it all up as an object, sends it to the server, sends it down the routes, blah, 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 blah. How does it know? Hey, Zetun, welcome. How does it know what to name the contents of that input box? It knows when you clicked agree and cookies pop up. Well, if we don't know, that's okay. We can, I am going to change the ID, just the ID value here to match the names that we've been using elsewhere. So like in our model, we called this subject. So I'm just going to change these to be like more clear: subject, description, subject. I'm also going to change my label to match. So subject and subject. So our label here is tied to our input box using the ID field. So Label for subject matches the ID of subject. Label for description matches the ID of description. Label for severity matches the ID of severity, which is that's a selector box, so it has a drop down. And then assign to matches the ID of assigned to. And then lastly, we have our button with a type of submit, and giving it that type of submit is what's going to cause it to actually bundle up that form and try to send it up to a server. So we give our button the type of submit in order to make it say like, hey, you are attached to a form. This is how you behave. As soon as somebody clicks you, you should take that form, bundle it up, and send it to our server. Hey, Queen Miss Rose, welcome. Hey, Luca Marcu, welcome. All right. Sends that up. Okay, and so some folks have actually, so yes, and some folks have answered the question while I was blabbing on there. Some folks did answer the question correctly. ID is actually not going to be enough. In order for this form to be bundled up correctly and have the correct key value pairs, we actually need to add an additional field here called name. Exactly right. And this is a mistake that a lot of people make, so I wanted to make sure that I called it out. Oops, double quotes. There we go, just to match the others. So if you are building a form and you forget the name field, you're going to keep getting it. You're going to keep getting errors in your browser, or sorry, yeah, in your browser, in your console, when you try to submit the form and send it up to your database. Your database schema is going to keep throwing errors, being like, no, missing fields, missing fields, missing fields. Because, and then if you try to console log the object, it's going to be empty. Even though you have the ID value here, you need the name in order for it to behave correctly. And so we can try it with and without this name field, and I'll show you exactly what it does. But let's go ahead and add the name with subject. We can just, it can have the same name as the ID. That's fine. Just as long as each of the names is unique. Name and and Logicion says, is key value pairs the only approach to do it with in JS? So, I mean, if you wanted to, you could like pull you could not use the default form behavior and like pull each of the fields individually out of the input boxes, but I wouldn't want to do that. Because by default, by using a form tag, it has this behavior. As long as you add the name field, and you have a submit action of some kind, it'll package it up for you. So why not just use the default behavior, right? Default is easy. You could do things manually if you really wanted to and build it a different way, but why not? So we have our name subject, name description. Name is going to be severity. And the last one is going to be assigned to. So I'll say again, if you're building a form and you're going to be sending it up to a server and expecting it to actually get to your database, do not forget the name field inside of your input tag. Yeah, I would say, so if that's your question, I would say that the most efficient approach is using the default behavior, which is that by default, assuming you have included this name field, and have your form tags like set up correctly, it'll just package it up for you. And you can give it a default method, right? Like this is all default behavior. You can give it a method, whether that's what is it? What are the default behaviors that forms know? Is it just post and delete, or is it post? Yeah, because they can't do update. They can't do puts. They can do post and what's the other one? Somebody somebody correct me here. Post and what? Get and post. Yeah, default is get. Okay, that's right. So the default method is get, but you can specify post if you prefer. Um, and then you can specify the route. So, like I said, default behavior is easiest. Forms already know how to do all this stuff, so you might as well just do that. Thank you for yes, thank you, Drunk Uncle and Rascal. Um, and if you really wanted to, like I say, if you really wanted to, you could extract the individual like inputs from your input boxes, and then stringify them yourself or whatever, and like package them up into an object by yourself and do it that way. But why? So okay, so form is HTML. All so right now, everything that I'm doing here, this is all HTML. This is so if you could build this in an HTML file. Um, these are all HTML tags and like properties on those tags. This is all basic HTML. I haven't done any EJS yet. We are going to do some EJS a little bit later, but this is all you could do this in an HTML file. Does that make sense? We're not this is all like I say, this is all default built-in HTML behavior. So how would JS integrate inside HTML? Haha, great question. You're going to see that in just a minute. We're going to use something called EJS, which if you look at the file extension here, this is EJS. Um, so EJS allows us to essentially write JavaScript functions inside of what looks like HTML and then render the whole thing as HTML in the browser. And there's lots of different ways to do that. There's lots of different templating engines. We can use handlebars or whatever. We're using EJS here because you can clearly see the distinction between JavaScript and HTML once we do start using EJS. So, but for now, this is all default HTML behavior, and it's nothing that we are, that we need anything special to create. So, if you wanted to build an HTML form inside of an HTML file, you could still have all of this behavior. Okay. Okay. So we've got our form. We've given everything names. Name. And our form should now be able to render. Perfect. All right. Now let's go to the bottom section below the form. And this is where we originally had our JavaScript populating like all this HTML with like using tags as strings, and it was super gnarly. But what we're going to use instead is some EJS, which is going to allow us to essentially get the list of tickets from our backend. It's going to send us the list of tickets as an object, and then EJS is going to take that list, iterate through it, and style each item in the list with HTML tags as appropriate, and then render the whole thing as HTML in the browser. Okay? So it can do things like loops and other, JavaScript actions directly here inside of what looks like plain old HTML, and then render that out as HTML in the browser. All right. So down here inside of, actually, wait, before I do that, I'm going to go ahead and do a push. So anybody that's following along, you can get the most recent push of this code from the repo. So I'm going to do git add and git commit -m and added form and git push. There we go. Repo has been updated. So Legision, I think if you just watch for a little while longer, I think you'll see. I think that'll clear up a lot of your questions as far as what EJS is, how it works, what it does. It should be pretty clear because it's the nice thing about EJS is that it's easy to see what parts are HTML and what parts are JavaScript. Technically, it's all JavaScript, but it allows you essentially to quote unquote embed JavaScript inside of HTML. So it's pretty neat. It is very handy. Yeah. It's not the prettiest thing in the world, you'll see, but it is handy. All right. I need to pull up a reference here on my other screens because I will get it wrong if I'm not careful. All right. So inside of our issues list, essentially what we're doing here is we're creating the part of the page below the form. So if we're looking at the finished product here, we want to create this part that lists out all of the tickets. Now, we could hard code this if we had a static list of tickets that was always the same length, right? We could be like, um, we could send in, I don't know, we could hard code it in some way to be like always 5 items or always 4 items or whatever. But in our case, the number of tickets that we have could change multiple times, right? We could have 0 tickets, or we could have 100 tickets, or we could have any number in between. And so what we want is something that can loop through the list of tickets and format each of them, no matter how long or short that list is. Now, the best way to do that is with some kind of a loop. However, if we were just using plain old HTML, HTML doesn't, like, you can't do that. That's not something we can do. However, using EJS as a marriage between JavaScript and HTML, we can. So here's how we might do that. We're going to use some funky symbols here, but EJS is going to recognize these. So we're taking in our list of tickets that we're getting from our server, and we could loop through these in a variety of ways, but what I'm going to use is a for each loop. So for each, now what we're getting from our server is essentially an object. We're getting an object with key value pairs containing like the entire list of tickets. So for each of the tickets in that list, we're going to do something. All right. And for each of those tickets in that list, essentially we want to pull out each of the items, like each of the subjects, each of the IDs, each of the descriptions, and then we want to format each of those with HTML tags. How is EJS different than JS? I wanted to know the differences because I suspected you could run into problems if I save files as JS instead of EJS. Yeah, JS and EJS are different. EJS is a templating language. So, but it allows you to essentially use HTML tags and JavaScript and then render that out as HTML. So yeah, they are different. We are using EJS here, which is its own templating language. And so you'll need to save it, this file with the EJS extension. Okay, so for each ticket, we essentially want to reach into the object and pull out the individual properties of that ticket. So inside of this for each loop, I want to create a div with a class of, div. It's not gonna let me do it. It's not gonna let me do Emmet inside of this loop. Oh, I have to do it manually. That sucks. All right, div class of well, and that's bootstrapping. That's just some bootstrap formatting. And then I'm gonna have an H6. See if it'll let me now. There we go. Now it let me. Didn't let me at first, but and we're gonna list out our issue ID. And what I want to show next to the issue ID is basically just the ID that I get from the database. So it should look something like this. So I'm going to reach into the object that I got from my database that was sent to that was sent into our EJS by the server. I'm going to reach in there and I want to specifically grab the ID of the current ticket. Well, Emmet seems to be working now, so I think we're okay. All right. So how do I do that? How do I reach inside that object? Well, I use this specific format and I say tickets dot underscore ID. And that should grab it for me. Thank you for the follow, Voronir. All right. So I think what we might do for now is just go ahead and close this div and see if we can get this to run as is. And then assuming we can get it to work, we're going to close this div, and then we're going to have to close our brackets here as well inside of the appropriate EJS tags. Now what we might do after this is see if we can get the app running, see if we can submit a ticket, and then see if we can get the list of IDs back once we do. Now we're going to need to add some additional fields, but we're just going for functionality here. So let's see if we can get it running. Yeah, Brostein says, so it seems like EJS is similar to how Django templating works. Yeah, it's just, there's a lot of templating languages out there. EJS is just one of them. So a lot of people have a preference or a favorite. And it's not that necessarily one is better than the other. There's, it's just your preference. My preference is not necessarily EJS, but it's the easiest one to kind of just look at and see what's going on, I think. So, all right, so we've got our ID here. I'm going to make sure that I'm closing my tags. So in this case, we're going to close this bracket here. So open tag, close tag, open tag, and close tag like that. So open and close. Anytime we have dynamic content, we want to make sure that we have open and close tags, open, close, and I'm going to close my tag down here as well. Put these on the same line. And open and close. That's the most common thing that I forget, is actually to, open and close my tags. So I think we're good there. We're going to try this for now, see if it'll work. All right. Save that. Okay. So what do we have? We have a form that should be able to talk to our server to submit things up to the database. And then we have some EJS down here that's going to be accepting something coming back from our server. So we should be able to test both ways and make sure that the basic route is working. All right. That's good. I'm going to do another push here to the repo. -m, more EJS, git push. All right. Don't we need to open and close the brackets on each line with EJS? Not necessarily, no. It should, well, maybe we do. Wait, hang on. No, we do. No, you're right. You're right. Because yeah, I won't like it if this is on a different line. You are correct. So that's right. Good catch. Yeah. So if you have things on different lines, you'll need to open and close your tags, but we're going to stick on the same line here and keep it easy. Good call. So I'm going to do another push now that I fixed that. 1 second. Git commit. Fixed EJS. Oh, did I didn't save the dang thing. All right, hang on. Good catch. This is why I keep y'all around, so y'all can catch my EJS errors. No, thank you for that, Haman. Okay, now we've got our routes, we've got our view, we've got our routes, we've got our controllers, we've got our model. What haven't we done? What are we missing? We've got our server is listening. What haven't we done? If I just downloaded this code off of, let's say you downloaded this code off of my repo, you've been following along, you've made all the changes. What do you need to do in order to make sure that you're going to be able to save things to your instance of MongoDB? Yeah, DB string. Yep, exactly. You need to make sure that you've set up your env file, um, and your environment variables, right? Yeah, your strings and all of your secret stuff. So we can go ahead and do that. There's already the function that's going to connect to the database, but it's looking for an environment string for your connection, right? Click agree on cookie pop up. Yeah, exactly. So don't forget, in your config folder, you're going to need to create your .env file where you're going to store your secret environment variables. Instead of a for each, yeah, whatever you'd like to use, whatever loop you prefer instead of for each. It is an object, so just be cognizant of that. Um, you could always, if you want to use something for arrays, you could probably dump it into an array first, I suppose. Um, yeah, and we're gonna, also want to add your .env to your git ignore. I believe mine's already in there. But yeah, so you're gonna need to create your database connection variable. Now I'm gonna share this. I'm gonna show this on screen because people tend to get confused if I don't. Um, please don't mess with my stuff. I will be changing my database password after the stream, as per usual. So I'm gonna dump this in here so you can see the connection string. This is the variable that our ConnectDB function is looking for. So we have this database.js. This is where our connection function is located. And it's looking for a connection string, which is stored in our .env file. And inside of our connection string, I have my username, I have my password, I have the cluster I'm connecting to. And then I have also added something here, right? I've added something here. Now, what is this? What do we think this is? It's after the cluster and after the slash, but before the question mark. Dr. Moto says it's the name of the collection. Maybe. Selling the data as we speak. It's the name of the collection, maybe. I'm going to call this, I'm actually going to give this a different name so it's distinct from what I've already used. Ticket tracker, I'm going to call it ticket tracker demo, and save that. All right, well, let's see. There's some uncertainty about what this actually signifies. So let's be scientific here. Just know that on your version, you should specify a name here of some kind. Make it something that you'll recognize, like ticket tracker. You could call it ticket tracker if you wanted. So you set up your database connection, set up your string, set up your username, your password, and then add a name that you will recognize in between the slash and the question mark. And then once you get it running, we'll take a look in MongoDB and we'll see exactly what this is. Is it the page name? Is it the database name? Is it the collection name? We will solve this problem once and for all. All right, so I'm going to save this. We've got our connection now. So our database connection function will know exactly what database to connect to, or what cluster to connect to, and it'll have the username and password. All right. Now I also need to make sure, yes, the database does have collections. Now, but the question is, what did we just specify in that string there? What name did we specify? So don't worry, we'll figure that out. Once we get this running, we'll look inside MongoDB and we'll see exactly what we did there. All right, so we've specified our connection string. Now, another thing we haven't done yet is we haven't installed any of our packages. So if we don't install stuff like Mongoose, it's not going to be able to connect because it's not going to understand what we're asking. So luckily, since we downloaded an existing repo, so we already have a package.json file, right? And this package.json file already has all of our dependencies specified inside of it. So if I've downloaded somebody else's repo and I already have a package.json file, what do I need to do in order to install those packages? Dr. Moto says, I only just started Mongo and Full Stack Open this week. Oh, okay, great. That's awesome. Yeah, it's just npm. All I need to do, since we already have a package.json file, all I need to do is say npm install. And we'll see, you can see down there at the bottom, it has installed all of these packages and it should be ready to go. All right, so now we have our packages, we have our connection string. Theoretically, we have, we have our EJS set up, we have our form set up. Theoretically, we have our routes and models and stuff set up. So let's see if we can run it, and then we'll take a break. All right. So how can I tell what command I need to type in order to start my app? Where could I look if I've downloaded somebody else's repo? Where could I look to see what command I need in order to get this app running? Yeah, right. We look inside of our scripts. Exactly. So there could be a variety of scripts, right? We could have a dev script, a test script, a start script. And so if I want to know which one I need to type in order to get this app running, especially if it's somebody else's app, yeah, if there could be a README as well, you could always look in the README. In this case, I'm going to do npm start because I want to run nodemon, because we're inevitably going to have errors and we just want the server to keep restarting itself as we fix those errors. So I'm going to do npm start in order to run nodemon, and let's see what happens. Okay, I got an error. Oh, could not find. Okay. Yay, troubleshooting. I love it when we get the chance to troubleshoot. Let's read the error and see if we can figure out what it's telling us. Okay. So it says error. No, it's okay. This is fine. Error cannot find module models/to-do task. Okay. Now it's telling us where the problem is. It's giving us the location, which is edit.js, which is something we actually haven't touched yet. But let's look in edit.js and see. It says cannot find module models to do task. Well, that's correct because we changed the name of this file to be ticket list. So I'm just going to update this. I'm not going to change anything else yet. I'm just going to change this to be ticket list. All right, let's save that. Let's try again. Aha! Yeah, see, it was looking for something in the models folder called to do task, which is this file that we renamed. So it's not there anymore. But as soon as I change that name and I hit save, nodemon restarted the server, and now look what it says. Server is running, MongoDB is connected. No, that's okay. You thought the dot dot was causing problems? No. In this case, it was literally the file name. Yeah. All right. So now we are connected to our database. Our server is running, and we have a successful connection showing that yep, we're up and running. So let's see if we can create a new ticket and have it saved to the database. So we'll do that, and then we'll take a break. I promise. We're in deep now, so let's see if we can create a ticket and get a little success here before we do our break. All right, perfect. So let's open this in our browser. See if we can open up the form inside of I want to do a fresh browser window for this. No, actually, no. I'm going to do it in this one. All right. So I'm going to do localhost 8000. All right. And our form is there. So that's good. Form works. And all right. Running on port 8000. Good stuff. And what else I'm going to do here is I'm going to change the name on this. I'm just going to quickly update this, the H1 here to make sure it's clear what we're working on here. So full stack full stack ticket tracker. All right, save that, and I'm going to reload the page. There we go. Okay. That makes it very clear which one we're looking at. We are looking at the full stack ticket tracker that I am showing you right now on stream that we have just finished coding. All right. So let's see if we can submit a ticket. All right. We're just going to do like test and full stack submit test. Severity is going to be low. We're low. We're chill. We're low stakes around here. Person responsible is going to be Mindwolf. And let's see what happens, shall we? And I think I've saved everything. Everything's saved. Yeah, okay. Hey! Whoa, look at that. Ah! Check it out. Look what we did. That looks like a small thing, right? But what is this showing us here? This is showing us that we submitted a form successfully. It went to our server. It went to the correct route. And that route sent it through the database schema that we created, through the model. The model talked to the database. It wrote it to the database. And then our controller sent it back down and rendered it using EJS and Bootstrap down here in the list. So let's do one more just to prove it. Test 2. Test 2. Severity is going to be medium this time. That won't matter. It's not going to show up yet. It will. We'll finish formatting all this, but person responsible is going to be Mindwolf again. Hey, check it. Now, you might say, okay, that's all. That's fine, right? That's whatever. It's how do I know it's really writing to the database? Well, let me go to my database and gonna refresh this and go into this thing that I titled Ticket Tracker Demo. Look at the tickets. Aha! Check it out. These are our 2 tickets. That's probably kind of small. I apologize. Full stack submit test. Severity low. That's the one we just put in. We can see the date is correct. And the second one down here as well. So we are writing to the database, my friends. And we are reading from the database as well. So those are the 2 most challenging parts, and we have completed them. Go us. Good job. All right, I'm going to push this, and then we're going to take a break. And then when we come back, we can finish doing our formatting. So right now, we just have, we're just showing the IDs, but we want to show all the rest of the fields with proper formatting. And then we will code our close and delete actions as well. Now that we know that we can connect to our database and we can write things to it and read from it, we can very easily code the remaining functions. Yeah. Thank you for the follow, Line PH. I appreciate it. Thank you for the follow, Voronir. Thank you for the follow, Manuel Lara 124 and Visigotin UI. Thank you. All right. Go us. Good job. I'm going to do another push here real quick. I'm going to kill the server and git add, git commit, let's see, ticket add successful, git push. There you go. Okay, so the current version of the repo that is out there for you now has the working addition. So you should be able to add tickets and get back the IDs. And like I say, after the break, we'll keep fleshing that out with some more formatting so we can actually get the, all the ticket information showing on the homepage. And then we'll add the close action and the delete action as well. All right. So I'm going to put 5 minutes on the clock. Go get a drink of water, get up and stretch, do what you got to do. And then I'll see you back here in 5 minutes. All right. Feel free to ask any questions or anything like that. I'll definitely answer them when I get back after the break. Thank you for sharing the link to the repo there again, Ryan. Um, yeah. All right. See you back here in 5. It's cookie time. Yeah, go eat some cookies. Don't accept cookies from websites. Eat them yourself. Okay, folks, we got about a minute left in the break, so come on back, get yourself a drink of water, pet your dog, kiss a baby if you got one. Don't kiss somebody else's baby. Kiss your own, but or kiss your dog. You know, you can do that too. Ryan says, "Do I still have unnamed kittens?" No, all three of them have been claimed. Amazingly, folks jumped on it. Two of them got named in a single stream, or maybe it was all three. Yeah, it was wild. All right, I'm stopping the timer. Turn my camera back on. But don't worry, there will always be more kittens. It truly is never ending. So don't worry. You'll get your chance. Okay. So before the break, we saw that our data is being stored. Stupid chat bot. Right, go away. We saw that our data is being stored in the database as expected. We're just not rendering all of it yet, right? We're pulling it out of the database and we're sending it to our EJS. We just haven't made space for it all yet. So it's all there. We just need to code it out. So let's do that. Okay. Because right now it looks like this. All we're getting back is the IDs. So we just need to flesh out our EJS a little bit more so that it's showing all of the ticket information that we're already sending it. Because if we go back to our controllers that we created earlier in our side of our get index method here, we're rendering index.ejs and we're sending it all of the ticket information, right? So it's all there, it's all ready to go. We just need to access it. So let's go into our index.ejs and let's keep fleshing out our EJS down here at the bottom. Alrighty. So let me get my reference pulled back up here. 2 seconds. Not that. Too many windows. Hey, thank you for the follow, Maui Lima. Thank you. Thank you for the follow, Artifice. Appreciate it. Welcome. All right. So we have our ID. We already put that in there. We've got it in H6. Now, the next thing that we want is we want to show the current status of the ticket has a label. So if we look at the finished product, you'll see what I mean. So the finished product should look something like this. We'll have the issue ID up top, and then we want the status as like a label, and then that label should change color depending on the current status of the ticket. So if it's open, it should be blue. If it's closed, it should be green. And using the magic of EJS, that is something we can do. We can put in simple logic in here to set the color of the label depending on the status of the ticket that we're on. So I'm going to just go ahead and do a p tag here. Maybe, come on, there we go. And then a span. And that span is going to have a class of label because it's Bootstrap. So span is going to have a class of label, and the second class of this label should be whatever the current status of so it should be a certain color depending on the current status of the ticket. Now the cool thing about EJS is that we can do that. So what we're going to do here is we're going to say just do a quick ternary operator. And if you're familiar with JavaScript, you should know what ternary operators are. But if not, it's basically like a one-line true false statement. So we're going to say, all right, what's the current status of the ticket? Ticket status, if ticket status, not states, status is closed. If ticket status is closed, then the color of the label should be label success, and that's just a built-in Bootstrap color thing. You can Google it right now if you want to, Bootstrap labels, and see the different colors that are available. I'm choosing label success. Now, if it's anything other than closed, such as open, we'll want it to have the class of label info. All right, and then I can close my EJS tag there. And so how this will render is this label is going to have a class of label by default, and then the second class will render as either label success or label info depending on the current status of the ticket. So it could be either one each time the page renders, which is pretty neat. So that's a useful thing that EJS and other templating languages can do for us. All right, and so inside of the span here, now the actual text of the label, not just the class, but the text, is going to be, again, the current status of the ticket. So I can just grab this, ticket status, and then just close the tag. There. All right. So let's, I'm not going to test this yet. I'm going to add some more stuff. All right. So we've got the label. And then below that, we just basically want the rest of the field. So we want the subject, we want the description, we want the who is assigned to, and I think there's one more that I'm forgetting, but we'll get there. All right. So after that, I'm going to go ahead and put the subject inside of an H3. So I'm just going to copy this, tickets.status. This will be tickets.subject instead. Tickets.subject, drop that in. And then below that, we'll go ahead and do the description. I'll put it in paragraph tags. Tickets.description. Okay. And I also need the, oh, that's right, the severity and who it's assigned to. So two more. Now for these, save this. For these, how we want it to look is essentially like we'll have the subject, we'll have the description, and then I want the severity to have a little icon next to it, and the person it's assigned to also have a little icon next to it. So they should be next to each other and have the little icons and such. All right, so how we can do that is we can use, you could use Font Awesome if you wanted. We were already using Glyphicon in the older version of the app. So in the local storage version of the app, we were using Glyphicon. So we're going to keep using that. But again, you could use Font Awesome if you wanted to. Whatever is your font library or icon library of preference. They both function pretty similar. So again, we're going to have a paragraph tag here, and we can just drop in a span. And that span is going to have a class of Glyphicon, glyph, can't spell glyph, glyph icon. It's going to be the clock. I don't know why it's a clock, but it probably shouldn't be. But whatever you want it to be, we're going to use a clock. And next to the clock, we're going to have the severity of the ticket. So again, we're just reaching into that object and we're grabbing out whatever we want in whatever order we want. So in this case, we're reaching into the object and we're getting the severity. And then we'll have another span. And in that one, we're going to change it to a little user icon, Glyphicon user, and we're going to have the person it's assigned to. And that's going to be assigned to. I think that's right. All right. So let's see if this works. Now, again, the nice thing about EJS is that we only have to do this once, right? We're coding out all the HTML and the icons and everything that we need. We only need to do it once because EJS is going to loop through however many tickets it receives and just do this for all of them. So again, we don't have to hard code this 6 times or 5 times or whatever. We just do it once. EJS loops through it and does it as many times as it needs to. So let's see what typos I've made because it's inevitable. All right. I should take bets on how many typos. All right, reload this. Oh no, oh, my server's not running. I killed my server to push it up to GitHub. So hang on, npm start. I gotta start my server back up. Okay. And again. Hey, check it out. Look at that. We've got the issue ID. We've got a lovely label here. It's the correct color. It's supposed to be blue. First try. Yeah. Subject, description, priority, who it's assigned to, and then it's doing that for both of the tickets that we've submitted so far. Yeah. I typoed the command by not running it. I guess that counts. Yeah. That's fair. Yeah. So that's working as expected. The EJS is essentially what the EJS is doing is it's getting a list of 2 tickets back from the server, and it's looping through those and applying the formatting to both. And it would do that for 100 tickets if we gave it 100. All right, perfect. And so the last thing that we want to do here is we want to add some buttons that are going to have actions associated with them. So those buttons, one button is going to be for if we want to flip the status from open to closed, and the other one is going to be if we just want to delete the ticket outright and remove it from the database altogether. So before we do the buttons and look at some other actions and things, any questions on what we've done so far here? Um, how we got this? How I'm formatting this, in general, how the app is working, where it's storing the data. Any questions? I'm going to hydrate. I'm using this as an excuse to hydrate. Oh, posture check. Thank you. Oh man. Oh, yeah. My neck cracked real good on that one. So thank you, Caster. I do stand up during these streams, which helps my posture, but I still do, tend to hunch like a gargoyle. So I appreciate that. All right. Not seeing any questions, but that doesn't mean you can't ask them. So feel free, if you do have questions, do ask as you think of them. And all right, so this is working. So let's go ahead and add our buttons. We're not going to hook the buttons up just yet. We're just going to add them for now. And then we're going to, I'll do another push to GitHub so you can pull down the repo if you want to. And and then we'll talk about the routes that we're going to need in order to make those buttons work. So we're going to need to, after we've added in the buttons, we're going to need to think about what we need to do on the back end in order for those buttons to function properly. Okay, so let's add buttons. Now, and these are only going to be buttons in sort of the technical sense. They're actually going to be anchor tags that we're going to format using Bootstrap so that they look and behave like buttons. All right, so I'm going to do, so I'm just going to have a couple of anchor tags here. And these are still going to be inside of my loop. I can just put them after my paragraph tag here. So anchor tag, and this first anchor tag is going to be for the close. And then the second one is going to be just a delete. Now, I can make these behave like buttons by giving them a specific class, and Bootstrap will format them as buttons. So I'm just going to say class equals, just say button, and then the first one is going to be button warning. And again, this has nothing to do with behavior. This is formatting. So it's just going to format them as a certain color. It's going to basically say, all right, behave like a button and then be a certain color. That's what we're doing here. So class, could have just copied that, but whatever. Button, and then this next one is going to be button danger, which I love. Danger button, press the danger button. All right. So now we should have two buttons. So I'm just going to reload this and make sure that we do. Hey, check it out. So now we have two buttons that are going to do nothing. You can see, but when I hover over them, they have some wonderful hover action, and that's all default Bootstrap. And they look and feel like buttons. All right. So why did I bother to use anchor tags here? Why do I need anchor tags? Why would I do that? Why am I formatting these anchor tags like buttons? What do we think? I haven't asked a question in a while. Y'all are gonna be like, oh no, question time. Yeah, so Maui says links. Yes, yeah. What might we want to link? Why do we want links? And Doval says to make them clickable. Well, technically they are clickable right now. I can click them, right? They just don't do anything. I can click them, they just don't do anything. Oh, actually, sorry, this is the wrong. Wait, is this the wrong? No, this is the right one. Yeah, I got to keep my titles straight. No, this is the correct one. Yeah. So when I click them, they really don't do anything. Um, and yeah, and so the reason we want links is yeah, we're trying to route somewhere else, right? There are reference, yeah, there are reference. Are they referenced to the route post? Yes. So these are going to trigger, these are going to be triggering a route that's going to go up to our server, and that route is going to target a specific action on the back end. So we need to tell their server exactly where to route this request to. And so we can do that by putting our route inside of this href here. Yeah, so we're going to be putting routes in here. We just need to know what they are. Yeah, we're going to be linking to another location. In this case, it's not that we're going somewhere, but we're essentially saying, hey, server, route this through and target a specific method in a controller. And so in this case, we want to target the close method. In this one, we want to target the delete method. So we need to figure out what those routes are so that we can put them here and link them to our buttons. Drunk Uncle says to send the user to Place Kitten. Yeah, I mean, you might do that. That is a pretty great website. Yeah, route somewhere. Absolutely. Y'all are exactly right. And Peabody asks on click bracket in React. So we aren't using React today. But yeah, there's whether you're using React or other things, it's just a way to kind of trigger something specific to happen on our back end. All right. So let's figure out what route we need in order to perform this. Let's do the delete action first. So that'll be the easier one. So let's figure out what route we need to link to in order to trigger this delete action to happen on our server. So this time what we're going to do is we're going to be looking inside of our controller for something that does a delete. Now we can find that inside of our edit.js, which we haven't really touched yet. So this was already here. And we can look and see there's already an existing method inside of edit.js, which is going to delete something for us. So we can just tweak this a little bit to delete what we want to delete, which is a ticket. Okay, so let's modify this. First thing, I am going to delete this first method here. We won't be needing it. So I'll just get rid of that. We won't ever be triggering as another page. This is a single page app. So we can delete that first method and focus on the second one here. Now I'm going to rename this method to be delete ticket. So it's clear what's happening. We're going to delete a ticket, and this method is going to be looking for a specific ID to be passed to it inside of the route. Whenever you see rec.params, that's something that's being passed in via the route or the URL or the path. That's being passed in. So we can look inside the URL, find the ID value, and then use the Mongoose method find by ID and remove, which is a built-in method that Mongoose has. Look inside of our database or inside of our collection and remove that specific item. So I do need to rename this. I'm going to rename this as ticket list. Ticket list. That's what we're calling it elsewhere. So we're going to rename this ticket list. Look inside of ticket list, find by ID, and remove. And if there's an error, send 500 in the error. And then, again, do a reload of the page so that once we remove it, the list is refreshed and we don't see it anymore. So this one's fairly straightforward. We're going to grab the ID out of the route. So that tells us that whatever route we send should have the ID in it. Go into our ticket list, remove the ticket with that matching ID, and then reload the page. Okay. And as far as the second one, we are going to be changing the second one, but I'm going to comment it out for now. Yeah. Could have just highlighted it and did that, but whatever. All right. And let's see. Actually, do I want to do that? Hang on. Now I'm going to leave it. We'll see if it errors out. And I'm going to change the name here as well. So I've updated the name, so it's looking at the right. So it's looking at the right model here. Ticket list and ticket list, ticket list. Perfect. Okay. We'll leave that as is for now. That should be fine. Save that. Oop. Oh, because I haven't finished updating the routes. So, all right, you're going to get an error if you save it now. That's okay. We've updated our method appropriately. Now we need to make sure that our router can find it. Okay. So we have our method. Now let's look at our routes. And we're going to go to the edit.js route. We're declaring express. We're declaring our router. We've got our controller that it's talking to, one we just changed. And right now, this router has 3 routes in it. We have this get edit that we already deleted. It's looking for a method called get edit. We deleted that one, so I'm going to delete it here. And then the 2 remaining methods, which are delete and update. I renamed this to delete ticket, so I'm going to change that. Now that it's yellow, it can find it. And we can see that the route that it's looking for here is /remove/ and then :ID. So the route that it's expecting in order to route to that specific method is /remove : ID. Now, what is this? What do we expect if I were to look at this route, like say in the browser? What would I expect to see? Would I expect to see /remove/ :ID? Or what would I see here? If I were to, once I have this app running, if I were to look at this route in the browser, what would I expect to see here? Would I see /remove/ :ID? A number? Yeah, why is that? Hmm. Well, that's because, yeah, it's a specific ID that you're looking for. Yeah, that's because this is a parameter, right? This because of this colon here, this ID value is going to be replaced by whatever ID we're sending up from our EJS, which makes sense, right? Because if I want to remove a specific ID, I need to send that specific ID value so that our controller can read it and delete that value from the database. Okay, so we know what route our router is looking for in order to send it to the delete ticket method. Thank you for the follow, Tialia and Kali Wasoro. Thank you. Yeah, it's a number in the URL. It corresponds to the ticket that you clicked. Yeah. Does the colon make it a parameter? Yes, it does. Yeah. So potentially, and I've done this before, potentially you can have a list of parameters. So I could have something else here. I don't know, something, ID2 or something like that. You could have multiple parameters. Here we're just using one. That's all we need. But yeah, you could have more. It's basically like almost like a variable in the URL. And we're kind of like almost like declaring it here. So we're associating the word ID with whatever value we're passing in. And so when it gets to the controller, we can simply go into the URL that we're passing in and look for something that has been labeled as ID and extract it, right? So we're labeling it here, saying, all right, ID equals the value that we're passing in at this point in the URL, and then we can extract it inside of our method. Yeah. Okay. So I'll save that. And Now we know what route our button needs to be associated with, right? We have, this is the route it's looking for to send it to this method. So we can, this is the route we need to include inside of our anchor tag. So I'm going to go back to my index.ejs, just copy this. And in here, in my anchor tag, I'm going to add remove/id. However, this isn't quite the complete route, because we have what the router is looking for, but the part of our app that is doing the initial routing before the router ever gets its hands on it is actually our server, right? So the server is listening for changes. It takes in whatever we send it, and then it routes it to the appropriate routers or wherever it has to go. So let's see what the server is listening for too. Thank you for the follow, Fatty Lasagna. All right, so the server is also listening for a couple of routes. And if you just pass in the slash, it goes to the home routes. And if you pass in /edit, it goes to the edit routes. Now, we were looking in edit routes earlier. This is where the route that we want is located. So I think we're going to need to add, edit as a prefix on our route that we're adding to our anchor tag. So let's see how that looks. All right, /edit /remove :id. Okay, we're almost there. How do I, will this work? Essentially, will this work if I leave it as is? Is it going to pass in the ID and go to the correct route? Will this work? Probably not. Right, exactly. No, this won't work just yet because I need to make sure that this part of the URL, we already said that this :id is like variable assignment, right? It's going to take a numeric value and assign it, associate it with the variable of ID. So here I need to provide that numerical value, or that string of some kind, that numeric and character string. That's the ID. So instead, I need to do tickets ._ID. Okay, there we go. So what this is going to do is our EJS is looping through our tickets, boop, 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 and it's pulling pieces out of them. And here, what we want it to do is we want it to, put my tags around it here. What we want it to do is look into that ticket object, grab the ID value from MongoDB that was created by MongoDB, and attach it to the URL once we click this button. So send that, then that's what gets sent. Okay, let's just walk this route through. So edit /remove, and then the ID of whatever ticket we're on. So as soon as this button gets clicked, it says, all right, I'm going to this path. And this path is going to be /edit /remove the ID of the ticket that we clicked on. The server is going to say, oh, hey, I hear something. I'm listening for something. Looks like they've provided a route with a path starting in /edit. Okay, I know that path. I know what to do with that. I'm going to go to edit routes. Well, edit routes is the file located at /route/edit. All right, /route/edit is here. Now the next part of that request is /remove, and then it provides an ID value. So the router's like, hey, I recognize that. I know where to send that. I'm going to send it to the edit controller and to the method of delete ticket. All right, so edit controller is the file located in controller/edit. All right, controller/edit. And then it's looking for a method called delete ticket. All right, I found the method called delete ticket. And delete ticket says, okay, I need to find an ID value located within the route that was sent, located within the request here, request.params.id. Aha, well, the router here went ahead and assigned that ID value to literally to a essentially a variable called ID. And so the method's like, oh, hey, I see something called ID inside of the route here. I can pull that out, assign it to a variable, go into the database, find that ID, remove it, and then reload the page. So does that make sense how that routes through the application? Starting from edit, which the server recognizes, it knows which router to send that to. Then the router looks at this part and says, oh yeah, okay, I see it says starts with /remove. I know where to send that. That goes to a certain controller. Okay. And then a certain method within that controller. And also too, I see an ID value here, which I've been instructed to assign to essentially a variable called ID. And then the method then extracts that and uses it to delete the item. Good, Maui. I'm glad that worked for you. Sometimes these routes can get really confusing, especially when you didn't build them yourself. And I'm fully aware that you all didn't build this. That if you're following along with me, that you're using somebody else's work, right? And so that's why I wanted to walk through that route. And we can see after I did my last save that everything is running correctly. So it recognizes the route, it can follow it through. So now let's test that. Let's test this route and see if it can actually delete one of our tickets. All right. So I'll just reload this real quick. Whoop. Oh, I'm missing a closing tag. Oh no, my EJS. Closing tag. Okay, let's find it. Closing tag, where are you? Yeah, it helps for to walk it through step by step. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, closing tag. Spot the closing tag. Oh, EJS. All right. Here's that. Here's that. Oh, aha. There it is. I spotted it before all y'all. Wait, oh no, wait. No, you all did nope. You all got it. Jenks and drunk Uncle Grandma. Darn. I thought I beat you, but I can never beat Twitch chat with spotting my mistakes. You're too fast. Okay, there we go. That's better. Save it again. All right. That should be good. Let's try again. Okay, so another error. That's all right. Unexpected token. Okay, so I think we're okay here. Got the proper closing tags. And we looked at edit.ejs. Oh, I think let me make sure I don't have an extra, make sure my brackets line up. They do. Good. And pulling out the ID. Open, close, all good. Looking at ticket list, find by ID and remove, get the parameter. Okay, we haven't touched this one yet. Okay, making sure that nobody else spotted it. I haven't spotted it yet either, so just checking. All right, let's look at my edit routes here. Remove ID. We'll find it. We always do. Okay, router.get, delete ticket, update, export router. Everything looks okay so far. Look back at my controller again. What was the error? It's not super helpful. It says that there is, let me look back at it here. Unexpected token, close paren. Backline 50. Which file? Oh, oh, oh. Yeah, you're right. There we go. Let's try that. I'll get it right eventually, I promise. Okay. And again. Hey! Line 50 looks weird. Yeah, I think that's, was that line 50? Yes, it was. And you're exactly right, Peabody and Jenks. Yes. And Jenks, yeah, you spotted it earlier. I wasn't listening. So thank you, Jenks. And thank you, Peabody. Thank you, Peabody. All right. Well, so first try. Thanks. Legision, so is there a way to test code modularly? So that's, I mean, we've kind of been testing it in stages so far, right? We we coded out a very specific path to start with, and that specific path was just, can we create a ticket, right? Can we create a ticket and get an ID back? And we tested and we made sure that that was working first. And so if I was building this from scratch, I kind of would do that. I would build a single route at a time, and make sure that each route was working before I went to the next one. Yeah. Um, and that's kind of what we've done here, right? We just tested the, can we create a ticket first? And then now we're doing the fancier stuff of the close and the delete. All right, so now that's running again. Good stuff. Let's see if we can delete a ticket, because that's what we want to test, right? We haven't coded up this close yet. We haven't done that. We're just testing the delete. So let's do this one here. Way! It's gone. So delete worked. It went to the database and it just chucked it right out of there. All right. Let's double check that it's not in the database anymore. So I'm going to go to my MongoDB cluster here, and I'm going to refresh the data. And yeah, look at that. There's only one item in there now. We deleted the other one that matched the ID. Yeah. And while we're here, just for a second, while we're here, I asked earlier, what was it that we added to our MongoDB connection string, right? I added a name. I added the name Ticket Tracker Demo to my MongoDB connection string. So by looking at it here, what do we think that signifies? So the thing that I added to my MongoDB connection string, what was that? There were a few different guesses. There was a page name, there was collection name. By looking at it here in the database itself, inside of our cluster, what was that ticket tracker demo? What does that signify? If we're talking about MongoDB structure. So in MongoDB, we have the biggest bucket is clusters, right? And then inside of clusters, we have databases. Inside of databases, we have collections. Inside of collections, we have documents. So it goes, cluster, database, collection, document. So what is Ticket Tracker Demo? I gave you the choices, so you get to pick. What do we think it is? It's not a cookie. I'm sorry. What is it? Cluster, database. What do we think? Collection. We've got a few different guesses here. Database. Okay, so the prevailing, Dev Regis, thank you. BRB checking the schema. Database collection. So it seems a little bit split between, it seems a little bit split between whether it's a database or a collection. So it might help if I look inside one of my other ones here. Let's see. What's a good one? Yeah, it's not a good one. I have a lot of them here. Let's see. What are these? Here we go. This is a good one. All right. So this, whatever the heck this is essentially at the same, it's the same type of thing. So whatever it is, it's the same type of thing. Sample analytics is the same thing as Ticket Tracker Demo. the same Mongo thing. Now I can see inside of sample analytics, I have multiple smaller things. So multiple smaller things inside of sample analytics. Now these aren't documents, right? These aren't documents. So by process of elimination, sample analytics can hold multiple smaller things that aren't documents. So it can't be a collection. It has to be something bigger than that. So it must be the next step up, which is so if we click on accounts here, accounts has multiple documents in it. And so accounts is a collection that holds multiple documents. So sample analytics holds accounts. And so a sample analytics must be a database, right? So ticket tracker demo, therefore, is a database. And the collection inside of it is called tickets. And the collection can hold multiple documents. Yeah, it's a database. We got it. Yep. So it's hard, and I often use the wrong word myself, but it's important to try to remember what we're creating here. So um, we have multiple documents, and those documents are stored inside of a collection, and we can specify that collection name inside of our schema. So the collection name can be specified inside of our schema, which is here. We specified it right here. That's our collection name. However, that's not where we specify the database name. We specify the database name inside of our connection string. So when you're setting up, so this is the why I'm harping on this is when you're setting up a new project using Mongoose, don't forget to specify the database name inside of your connection string. Otherwise, you're going to end up with a database called test, which is what the default name is. Like that's what Mongo does by default. And it's going to be really confusing when you're trying to figure out if your app is working or not. Ask me how I know. So specify the database name in your collection string, in your connection string, and you can specify the collection name inside of your schema. Because you could have, if you have a more complicated app, you could have multiple collections, right, inside of your database. So you connect to the database, and then if you wanted to, you could have multiple schemas, each one of them dumping into a different collection, right? You'd be saving documents to multiple collections. And you'll get that when you are doing things like authentication, right? Because you'll be storing all your user authentication like information in one collection and then all of your like app data inside of another collection. But all of them will be stored in the same database. All right. I'll stop harping on that for now, but it's important to remember and it's super confusing. So I like to go over it multiple times, but I hope that makes sense. Good. Okay. Awesome. So where were we? We did our delete, right? We did our delete. So let's go back to our index.ejs. And we still need to program our close button. And what the close button is going to do is it's going to flip the status of whatever item we give it. It's going to flip that status from open to closed. So when you close a ticket, you click the button and it flips the status. All right. So let's figure out what route we need. Well, we can go to, there's already an existing update method inside of our controller. And so therefore we should also already have a route to it. So we just need to figure out what that route is. So let's look at our controller. We're going to go into our edit.js file inside of our controller, and we're going to change the name of this update to be update ticket. Oops, update ticket. Just change that. And it's looking, again, it's looking for an ID. So that tells us that we're going to need to set up our route to pass in the ID. and it's going to go into our ticket list, find by ID, and update. Again, this is a built-in Mongoose method, right? Find by ID is update is built in, and it does exactly what it says on the tin, which is why Mongoose is amazing. So it takes in the ID and it'll update whatever we want it to. Um, so in this case, what do we want to update? We want to take in an ID, we want to go into MongoDB, and we want to update what? What do we want to update? If we want to close this ticket, what do we want to update? We can look at the schema if we need to. What do we want to update out of all these fields? Yeah, we want to update the status, right? We want to update the status because it's open by default and we want to change that. So go back to our controller here, find by ID and update. And all we need to do is just say status and change it to closed. I'm going to do single quotes there. Closed. Boop. Super easy. We could update other things if we wanted to. So maybe we could like remove the person assigned, change the person assigned or something like that, or update the like the subject line to say closed or something like that. We could change a lot of things, but in this case, we really just want to update the status from open to closed. So we don't even need to pass anything in here. We're just going to hard code that to be like, hey, when they click that button, status will flip to closed. Now, if you want it to be like open, like have it flip the status back and forth when you click the button, you'd have to change the logic a little bit there. But we're just going to make it easier on ourselves and be like, when they click the button, it should close, flip the status from open to closed. All right, and again, on error, just throw an error. All right, so that's our method updated. Now it's going to crash until we change some other things, but we've changed our method here. Now we need to make sure that we have a valid route that's pointing to this method. Simple. Yeah. Legision says, is time closed something you're going to change as well? So that could be a field that you add. We don't have a field for that currently. It's not in our schema. We have the date when the ticket was created, but we don't have a field in our schema for like time closed or something like that. That's absolutely something you could add, and you could do that would allow you to do sort of like metrics on how long tickets stay open, which is a very valid concern, right? You don't want tickets just hanging around. So, I mean, that could be a field that you add as well. If you track from time open to time closed, how would this filter into analytics? So that would be something you could store in the database. So you probably wouldn't store like a value called like time open or something like that. You would store like two values, one for time created or date created, and then one for date closed, and have those be date time, like two separate fields. And then you could pull those down in a separate analysis and do the calculation there of the time span. And so yeah, that's not uncommon to do. In ticket tracking. This ticket tracker right now really doesn't have an analytical component, but that's something that could be added. I would say it would probably be like a separate page that would show you the analytics for the tickets. But yeah, I mean that is a very valid potential feature. All right, so flipping status to closed here. Save that. All right, now let's make sure our route is set up to handle this. So if I look at my router here, this is my edit router. We can see that the one I previously changed is in yellow, meaning that it's valid. But this one, since I changed the name, I need to also update it here to make sure it can find the correct method. Now that I've updated it, it turns yellow. And we can see that the route it's expecting to pass is simply just a slash ID, and that's a post route. So slash ID is all it's expecting, and then it's going to be able to route it to the update ticket method. Okay. However, as we saw before, that's not really the entire route, right? The first thing that's listening for a route is our server.js. And so server.js needs to send it to the edit router first, and then the router is going to send it to the correct method in the correct controller. Okay, so knowing that, and based on what we did for the delete ticket route, what do we think my route is going to be for update ticket? In order to click that close, in order to click that close button and have it flip that status and use the method that we just put together in our controller, what is my route going to be? What's my full route that going to be? The route that I'm going to add to that button that we created. What is it going to be? We can look at the other route too, if that helps. So this is the route that I used for deleting the ticket. What do we think my route's going to be for flipping the status on the ticket? Any guesses? Yeah, Maui, that's not a bad guess. So something probably starting with edit, right? Because the server is gonna need to make sure it goes to the edit router. So that's where it's gonna start. So we can start it like this. Yep. And then, but the second part there being colon ID, the second part being colon ID, we already saw that that's actually not going to work here inside the EJS. Instead, we actually need to make sure that we're pulling the ID from the ticket that we're currently on, right? And we need to substitute that instead. So we have slash edit, and then grabbing the specific ID value of whatever ticket we're on. So let's walk this route through like we did the other one, okay? Because I feel like this is a little like it's still like I don't know where this is going. Okay, so I'll save this. So our route is slash edit. So as soon as I do anything, inside of this app and like trigger an action, my server is listening for that, right? Server.js is where all these requests flow through, no matter what they are. Server.js is where these requests flow through, and our server is listening for certain routes. And those two routes are plain old slash and slash edit. And the plain old slash sends things to our home route. So like when we create a ticket or something like that, like a new ticket, or just plain old loading the page for the first time, that's going to send things there to that router. However, anything starting with slash edit is going to go to the edit router, which is slash route slash edit. So we'll go in there. And then in there, we have two potential paths it could take, right? One for removing things, which is going to access the delete ticket method in the edit controller. And then one route here, which is going to access the update method in the edit controller. So we can see that the entirety of this route should actually be slash edit to go to the right router. And then, oops, sorry. And then slash ID to go to the correct method in the controller. Thank you, James. Have a good rest of your evening. All right, I'm going to, yep, thank you for the hydrate. And this, having the entirety of that route, makes sure it gets to the correct location. Okay. So 2 routes, slash edit, and then the ID, and the second one, remove ID. Yeah, and Legizion, that's exactly right. Yeah. Maui was perfectly correct. Just the only last thing was just making sure that we are using EJS to pull the specific ID of the ticket and drop it here inside the route. Hey, yada yada, welcome. All right, I've saved it. And I think I need to save my route here. I didn't save it before. Okay, there we go. Now let's see if this works. I think we've updated everything we need. Hey, Threadrunner, welcome. All right, let's see what we got. Reload this. Okay, no errors there. That's good. And what was I doing? Oh yeah, closing. So we tested our delete before. Now let's test our close and see if we can close this. And what we would expect to see is our status should flip from open to closed. So let's try it. Oh, okay. Cannot get. Oh, this is good. I'm glad we got this. All right. So look at this error. And I know what happened here. So this is good. But I'm glad we threw this error. All right. So let's read it. Cannot get, specifically cannot get /edit and then /ID. So this clearly shows us that the path we're sending to our server is working properly, right? Because we see /edit and then we have the ID of the ticket. That's it right there. So that's working perfectly fine. And yes, and Maui absolutely nailed it. You're on fire, Maui. So the next thing I was going to say is, all right, if this is working properly, if it's sending the ID and the path looks okay, then the only other option is that we have some sort of an incompatibility with our method, right? Here it's saying it's trying to do a get because we sent it. We essentially what we did here is we set up a link, right? We set up a link, and so a link is going to expect to get something. When you go to a link, it's going to expect to fetch a page or something. And so the error here is saying, well, I can't. I'm trying to go get. But I'm just getting got. That's all that's happening here. All right. So we can solve this by looking inside of our. We can solve this by looking inside of our routes and seeing what might be happening here. So it's saying, all right, I can't get because this is specified as a post route. Yeah. So we can just change this to be get. And then we'll have compatibility between what we're, the message we're sending and then what the router is trying to handle. Yeah. All right. But again, here, also up here in our browser bar, you probably can't see that very well. We can clearly see that it's sending, localhost 8000 /edit and then the ID of the ticket. Yeah. Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down. Yeah. All right, let's try again. Zoom out a little. There we go. All right, let's try again. And I'll tell you that in just a second, Logician. Let's try this real quick. All right, so let's close again. Hey, check it out. So the status flipped from open to closed and the color on the label changed. Because remember, we had some logic in there that read the current status and would change the color of the label depending on whatever that status was. So now that the status has flipped, it has also flipped the color of the label. And if we looked in the database, we would see that the status has changed there as well. Thank you for the follow, Threadrunner. I appreciate it. Yeah, so what is post used for? All right, so if we're talking about CRUD methods, when I say CRUD, what I mean by that is sort of standard like full stack operations: create, read, update, and delete. Create, read, update, and delete. So inside when we're using Express to set up those operations, they actually have different names because of course they do. So when we want to create something new, and actually we can look at this, we have an example of it in the code. Why am I just talking about it? All right, let's look at our routes for like when we create a new ticket. When we create a new ticket, we're doing a post. So post is equivalent of, hey, I'm sending a request to make a brand new thing. For example, maybe I'm like submitting a form or something like that. I'm sending some new information to create something new. Now, this other router here is doing a GET. And if we recall, what that's doing is it's fetching the home page and displaying it for us. So that would be a read operation. So here we actually have the first two letters in CRUD. We have create and we have read, post and get. Now, if I were to update something, if I were to do if I were to strictly do an update statement, now we're fudging things a little bit here, but if I was really being accurate, I would update something using what we call a put request. So that would be strictly if we were updating something, I would use put. Now the last thing in CRUD is actually a delete statement, which is no different than, it would be called delete here as well. So again, we have create, oops, sorry, create, almost tried to do a SQL comment there. Create and read, that's what's happening here. Create and read, post and get. Those are the two most common ones, I would say. And then you could also have like router dot. You could have delete operations and put operations as well. Does that help at all, Legision? So post is create. So the reason why it didn't work in my edit.js was because when I was using that href in the anchor tag, by default it was passing a get request. So because when you click a link, it's expecting to get a page for you. It's expecting to fetch a page for you because just by default the behavior of anchor tags. So href is by default passing a get request. Data collection, yeah, it's passing a get request, and so that's what we would expect to find a matching type on the server side. Yeah, so technically yes, we are doing a delete here, but that's not the type of request that we're passing. We're passing a get request, and so it needs to match. Okay, yeah, it gets a little confusing. You just need to make sure that you have matching type. So here in href we're passing a get, so our router should be set up as a get even though we're technically doing delete. Okay, so it looks like our close is working. So our status flip is working. Our deletion is working. Let's see, are we missing any other features here? Form is working. Let's try to add another issue here. App to functional. This app is too full stack and works too well. Please make it worse. There we go. High severity, Mindwolf. There we go. All right, so there we go. We were able to add a nice fresh ticket here. Again, it was assigned a default status of open because that's what we set up in our schema as the default status. It was assigned an issue ID by MongoDB, and we're passing that ID back from MongoDB. All this other information is stored in Mongo. And then when we click either of these buttons, it chooses the appropriate route and performs the appropriate operation. That should be the default description. It rocks. Oh, thank you, Maui. Yeah. So this is, I mean, like visually, it's pretty bare bones. However, let's just do a quick comparison here. If I take, so this is our working full stack app. Like, and if I'll have the title up here so you can see it. Pull this over here. This is the app that's running on local storage. Visually and like function wise, they look exactly the same. This one has more things that are, more tickets in it right now, but they look the same. However, they are completely different from each other on the back end, which is what we wanted, right? We wanted to take this prototype here on the right and mimic everything about it, except make it completely full stack and essentially a proper application. And so that was the goal. So I think we did pretty well here. This is just literally this is just running on pure HTML and a little Bootstrap and a single JavaScript file. This is running on full MVC structure with a MongoDB backend and a server. And so this could be deployed. You could deploy this to Heroku or wherever you want to put it. Whereas this literally only stores things in the user's browser. So I think we did pretty well. And I'm going to do, while I'm thinking about it, before I forget, I'm going to go ahead and do a final push to the Boo Heroku. Yeah. Hey, Threadrunner and Fox Moyano, thank you so much for the follows. I appreciate it. All right, I'm going to do a push here to the repo so y'all can see it. Git add, git commit. Oh, another thing we need to do. Wait, before I, I'll go ahead and do a push now. Then we'll do a little cleanup. App is working. Yay. Git push. All right, and I'll link to the repo too in just a second. But first, what I want to do is just a little bit of cleanup. So now everything is functional, right? We're working, it's running. So let's do a smidge more cleanup, and then I'll do one last push. So what I want to do is we have a CSS file in here from the old version of the app that is not being used. We're just using Bootstrap. So I'm going to go ahead and just get rid of everything in here and just leave it empty. So if you wanted to, you could add some CSS. You could override the Bootstrap if you wanted to, but we're just going to empty that out for now. Save that. And I'm also going to get rid of the extra view. So there's an edit view here from the previous app that was using this template. So I'm going to get rid of that. We're not using it. Our app has one page. And make sure that my git ignore is fine. And yeah, should be good to go there. So just a little cleanup. Save everything again. And Andrea says, oh, thank you for the follow. I'm sorry I can't read the characters to read your name, but I appreciate it. Corporate needs you to find the differences between this app and this app. They're the same app. Yeah, good, nice reference. I like that. Andrea says, very cool. I like the prototype idea to mock up a page quickly. Yeah, so I hope you can kind of see why. Let's say that let's say that your manager or your client, probably more likely your client, says, hey, I want you to build me a ticket tracker, and I think I want features X, Y, and Z. Should have a subject, description. I don't really know. I won't really know it until I see it. Do you think it's a good idea to go wild and build out a full stack app? I don't think so. Right? This was a lot of work. There's a lot of files and folders here to really have a proper full stack app with proper MVC structure and all that stuff. So what you can do instead is build out a prototype, which is somewhere like this, which literally has just a shell of some HTML and then a shell of some JavaScript. And it works with local storage. It has 2 files in it. It just does this, but it functions like your client is expecting, right? It appears to be complete. And so you can give that to the client and have them test out the features and say, hey, client, do you want to, maybe an additional, do you want to see who the ticket was assigned to? Do you want an additional field for that? And so that's really simple for you to add into this local storage app. versus trying to update your entire route and, your schema and all those things. And so then once they sign off on this and you get their signature and say, yep, I approve, then you go through and you mimic the functionality with your full stack app, and you just build it to match. And so that's what we did here on the left. And I'm going to do one more push. Now that we did that little bit of cleanup there, I'm going to do another push here. Looks like I didn't, what did I not save? Oh, I didn't save my little comments here. That's fine. All right. Do a quick here, git add, doop, git commit, m, finished app, and git push. There we go. Hey, OV, we actually just finished building something. We took a prototype, which was using, so this is a like an issue log type thing that we built, and it was only using local storage. It didn't have any kind of a backend. And what we did today is we modified it to be a truly full stack app using MongoDB, having a server and using MongoDB as the backend to store the data instead of local storage. And so the goal was to build a full stack app that perfectly mimicked the behavior of our local storage application, but to be truly full stack. And so this has a full database backend. It's getting everything, it's hitting a database every time, and using EJS to update the user interface here. Yeah, and Rascal 2 has just shared the link to the finished repo. So if you do want to pull this code down, clone this code down, and mess with it yourself, make it better, I really hope that you do. I kind of try to build my apps fairly bare bones, just so because what I hope is that you all take them and you make them prettier and make them better and make them do more things. Like we were talking about some features that we could add earlier, such as maybe a closed like a closed timestamp, so that you could do analytics on it. So like we already have the open date, right? We have the creation date, and then you could also add another timestamp that would happen when somebody clicks the close button, right? And then you could do analytics on that if you wanted to. You could even have things like you could have like the tickets turn red or something if they've been open for a certain amount of time. So if it's been, I don't know, a week since they were open, you could change the formatting to have them turn red. And you could even add something like authentication on this, right? You could add a login page that would show, a different view depending on who you were. So that's another option as well. Yeah. The GCM says first thing I'm gonna do is add cookies on the website. Hey, you do you. It's all yours. But yeah, and I truly mean it. Like that's why I put these things out here on GitHub, right? Is so that you can go grab them, clone them down, make them better, do more things with them. The only thing that I ask of you is that if you do take one of these apps, any of them from my GitHub, if you do take any of them and you improve them, make them better, please tag me on Twitter when you do, because I want to see what you made. My Twitter handle there is right there. My Twitter handle is right there. So tag me on Twitter if you make something cool with this. Any questions on what we did or why, or what else could be done with this, or anything really? Any questions? Thank you for the follow, Badre KB. I appreciate it. Also, too, I have tons of streams. Not all of them are still on Twitch because Twitch deletes them after a certain amount of time. So you can check out my YouTube if you want to see more of my content. So exclamation point YouTube. I will also be updating YouTube with some of my more recent streams here very soon. YouTube's generally about 2 weeks behind. Yeah, so check out my YouTube if you want to see more. I have streams on a bunch of stuff. But yeah, any questions? Oh, thanks, Arwen. Yeah, and I'm very excited. Hopefully, doing a Postgres stream with Leon maybe in the next month or so. So looking forward to that. Maui says, "Oh, good. I'm glad, Andrea." Maui says, "Why EJS? I haven't seen it before." Yeah, so there's tons of different like templating choices out there that you can use. You know, obviously, like React is very powerful, um, but for a simple app like this, um, there's additional choices there as well. You might use Handlebars, which is another templating engine you could use. Um, let's see. So here we just used EJS mostly because with EJS, it's very clear that you are mixing JavaScript and HTML, right? We were able to use standard HTML tags and then just kind of drop a little bit of JavaScript in there. Not very much at all. Just a teensy little smidge of JavaScript that was going to allow us to loop through those tickets, right? We just added, all we did was add a for each in here, really. And then, using standard notation, just dot notation, just grabbing out these individual items. So EJS, I think, was a good fit here, just because there's so little of it, right? There's very little. And this makes it abundantly clear that we are dumping some JavaScript into what looks like regular HTML. Thank you for the follow, Peter. Yeah, and Rascal bringing up a great point. You could use handlebars. You could use JSX. Yeah, JSX. That's what works with React. So if you're switching over to React, you could also use JSX instead. Sure. Legision says, can you use a different database for analytics, like time series DB? Yeah, you can hook up whatever database you want. We're just kind of used to using MongoDB. So I mean, you could make a have this be a Postgres, have a Postgres background or something like that, or a backend. Sorry. Yeah, it can be whatever you want. Um, we just I just have a bunch of templates for MongoDB backends, and so that makes it easy because rather than having to code it out from scratch, we were able to just use an existing template and dump stuff in, right? Yeah. Any other questions? Great questions so far. Appreciate it. The cool thing about these building out these apps is that you can use whatever stack or framework or whatever that you want. You could replace the bootstrap with materialize or something like that. You could replace EJS with handlebars or JSX. You could replace the backend with something else, as long as you know how to do it. So that's the cool part. There's no right answer, right? It's just finding what works best for you, what works best for your client, um, and what you know how to do. In this case, this is what we know how to do, so this is what we decided to use. But there's no right answer. What are the limitations of MongoDB? Um, that's an interesting question. So, I mean, MongoDB is really powerful. It's used a lot. It's slightly newer than like relational databases. So I know that like my employer, my day job, I'm a SQL developer at my day job, and so SQL is applied on relational databases generally, in general. Um, and so I work with relational databases at my employer. Um, oh, got to stretch there. So the limitations of MongoDB, I mean, just from what I've seen so far, is that I mean it does store things in documents, so they're unrelated to each other, right? So none of the individual documents are related to each other at all. They just happen to be stored in the same collection. So you've got all these documents in the same collection, but they're all separate from each other. Whereas with like a relational database, you can easily pull down a table that contains all the rows of all your data, and you can clearly see the relationships. So you'll have a single table with X number of rows, and the columns in that table will clearly show you the relationships between those fields. Um, so it's a different way of looking at it, certainly. Thank you for the follow, Juicer Juicer Bane, um, and Synth Overseer. Ooh, nice, good name. Um, And so, I mean, as far as like performance, I don't really know the differences, performance differences between, say, like um, a Postgres database and like a MongoDB database. But they are different, very different structurally. Maui says, would you be able to do an update to the person assigned to the ticket with MongoDB? Yes, you would. Yeah. You can update it. You could update any field that you wanted. We are just choosing to update the status. Um, but you could have like what you could have would be like a separate page that would allow you to edit the ticket fields. Um, and so you could have like a separate edit page, edit ticket, that would edit that specific ticket, and then you could update all the fields if you wanted to, not just the person. All you need to do is just hook up the routes and hook up your controllers to tell the database what to do. So the database will do anything that you tell it to. You just need to, make sure that you've configured your routes and your controllers to tell it the right things. Does that make sense? Like the sky's the limit. You just need to, you know, set up your ladder. Synth says this is a lot more complicated than the HTML basics I'm currently learning. Well, Synth, you will get there. You absolutely will. Um, this is just, this is not HTML, but it is something that builds off of your knowledge of HTML. So you start out learning HTML, and then you start learning a little JavaScript, and then eventually you'll learn how to mix the two together and do something like EJS. Yeah, that's true. Rassel says, yeah, no fields are safe from updates. That's correct. Except, again, very correct, the ID field can't be updated. That's correct, because that is the unique identifier in the database for that particular document. So you can update anything else you want, but you can't update the ID. I have a long road ahead of me, but I have time. I love that attitude, Synth. That's a great attitude to have. Um, you're taking your time, you're learning, and you're absorbing the information. So that's rad. Good attitude. I'm sure you, with that attitude, I'm sure you get there. 100%. Legician says, without having a login page, how would I prevent bots from spamming tickets? Yeah, I would think that having some kind of a register, a list of registered users is going to be probably your best option if you're worried about bots. Yeah. Muckety Muck, thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Muckety. Thank you. And Muckety used their Prime sub, so that meant it didn't cost them any money at all. And all it did was cost Jeff Bezos money, which is a good thing. So double win there. Thank you, Muckety. Bezos dollars. Yeah, exactly. Spend those Bezos bucks, Muckety. Do it. But yeah, if you are subscribed to Prime, you do have a free Prime sub. I'm not telling you to use it on me by any means. Use it on a streamer that you appreciate because it will cost you no money at all. And I just want everybody to be aware of that. Email bot suggested to Elon Musk. And yeah, that's a great point there. BAM, Cloudflare can help on the bot stuff. Yeah, they can do automated bot checks and things like that. Yeah. Probably the easiest barrier though would be to have some kind of authentication page. Um, yeah, and you can authentication is your first line of defense, right? And then as Rascal mentioned, you can add email verification, reCAPTCHA, IP limiting. Yeah, absolutely. Muckety says can't spend it on Leon no more. Well, don't worry, there is more content coming. He and I are very excited about that. So, yeah, more content will arrive. Don't worry. On the horizon. Yeah, great questions. I love it. Any more questions? Yeah, they're absolutely like bots can absolutely sign up for things automatically. Absolutely. And then, so as Rascal said, you can add additional barriers to entry. Not saying that they're actually going to stop them, but you know, captchas, rate limiting. But for a little app like this, you probably don't have to worry because you're not probably not going to be targeted. But still authentication on this would not be a bad idea. All right. Oh, good question, Maui. So they say, what is your favorite part of using SQL? I tend to shy away from it. I'm Now I'm just curious, why do you shy away from it? Is it because it looks complicated or too strange or what? Because yeah, I like using SQL with because it is so very good at what it does. It was built to talk to databases, and so that is what it does, and it does it darn well. If you have a relational database, SQL is the best way to talk to it. That's what it was built for, and that's what it's been doing since 1977, I think. It's a pretty old language, but the fact that it's still so heavily used today tells you that it's very efficient. If you structure your queries well, it's very efficient. So it can return pretty complex calculations from data from tables that have 10, 12, 20 million rows, um, very quickly. I regularly work with tables that have, you know like I say, 12 million rows, 20 million rows, stuff like that, and doing some fairly crunchy calculations on those rows and still getting results back in a couple seconds. um, and so if you know how to write good queries, you can really work with some big data. Probably the learning curve. Yeah, it is very, so it looks very different than something like JavaScript, right? Um, because with SQL, instead of, writing functions and then calling those functions, essentially what you're doing is you are basically just it's declarative. You're telling the database, um, essentially you're declaring what you want and hoping that you get it right. You're not saying how that gets done. You're saying, I want this and this, and do these things to it before you give it back to me. And you have no say in how those things get done. So it is a little different. Joins, yeah, joins can be very complex, but how difficult those are really depends on how good the underlying data is, right? Like how do the tables make sense? Are is the construction good, right? Once if you're working with good data, then that makes the joins a lot easier to do. Yeah, you can do a crap ton with SQL. You really can. Um, it's amazing what you can build. But it is a very finicky language. I will give you that. It's not nearly as forgiving as JavaScript, right? With JavaScript, you miss a semicolon, you do a comparison slightly wrong. JavaScript's like, hey man, I got you. I think I know what you were going for. It's all good. I can figure it out. And SQL's like, missing semicolon somewhere in 1,000 lines of code. Oh no, I can't do anything. Exit, error, bye. And it doesn't even tell you where the problem is. So, there is that. I once spent uh, I once spent 4 hours trying to figure out why my SQL statement wouldn't execute, and I brought on like other extreme developers who were way more experienced than I was. I was like, hey guys, can you join me on a call? Like, I just need help looking at this. I'm sure you'll spot it in a minute. And I brought them both onto the call. Well, at first I brought one on, and then we realized we needed backup, and so we brought on another person, and we spent hours looking at this code, trying to execute it, error, error, error. It turned out I needed to end my last statement with a slash instead of a semicolon. So, yeah, that was fun. But that was PL SQL, so every flavor of SQL is a little different. Yeah, that's true. SQL is very good at performing large operations quickly. So doing massive updates to tables, like updating, thousands or millions of rows, SQL can do it in a flash. Now that's a bad thing when you forget to have your filter criteria or like your where clause saying like, well, only update the records, say like, um, update the department name where the department name is empty, right? And let's say that need to fill in a table and set the department name to accounting because there's certain departments that have nothing in that field. So you'd say, all right, update department name to accounting where department name is empty or null. If you forget that where clause, SQL will just be like, all right, buddy, and it updates the entire table and sets the department name for every row to be accounting. So it is very good at doing big things quickly, which can sometimes bite you in the butt. Yeah, that is true. SQL's fun. So, all right, quick story time. So I was working for, at one point in my career, I was working for a fairly large company that uh, used SQL to manage a production floor like in real time. So, updating order statuses, routing orders on the production floor, using like using SQL commands, updates and inserts and that kind of thing. And that would control where these orders went on the floor. And so I don't even remember what I was doing. I had to do an update statement, and I just updating a field, something like that. I think it was, I don't know, something, maybe it was even something to do with like order statuses or something, like update order status, set status equals closed, where, and then I meant, where order ID is this, and that would be the unique ID for the order, so I could close it out and get it off the floor. And I did the update statement without the where clause, and I very nearly borked production, which is a bad thing, as you might surmise. However, the nice thing is I was using Microsoft SQL Server, which does do auto commits. But first, what it does is it reads all the rows and then it updates them. And then it does the commit, the final commit, which writes that command to the database. So because there were so many rows, it was actually doing it so slowly that it didn't get through that first like read step before I figured out what I'd done, and I halted it. I halted it. So it didn't write anything. It didn't commit anything. That's my dog. It didn't commit anything. I was able to kill it in time. But yeah, that's why every environment should always have, you should always have a dev environment and a production environment, and you should never do things directly in production. So if your employer doesn't have a development environment, run. But yeah, motherboard. I have absolutely the fact that you said that is so funny because I've literally done that without actually doing the update. Run away. Yep. Close call, indeed. Yeah, but it shouldn't have been, right? The what you should have is you should have a development environment where you make all those changes and you make all those mistakes, and then those changes should then be deployed to a production environment once they've been validated and tested. So that's how things should work. And my current employer actually has like 4 environments. So like with prod being one, and then there's actually 3 environments underneath that, where you can break all the things that you want. Like we had a new person who actually accidentally truncated an entire table, so deleted everything from the table, like just said truncate table, whatever, blitz the entire thing, and it was kind of an important table, but it was in our development environment, so it didn't matter, and we were able to just clone it down from a production environment and restore the whole thing. Yeah, so that's the point of that sort of thing. That's where you can make those mistakes. Yeah, exactly. Everyone has a dev environment. Some are lucky enough to have it be different than production. Yep. Sometimes, yeah, sometimes you're lucky enough to have it be different than production. With great power comes great responsibility. Yeah, yeah. When you work well, at any point when you're working with large data sets, that is one thing that's nice about Mongoose. So Mongoose, working with Mongoose allows you to use the specific methods that you want in order to accomplish a certain task. So, for example, inside of our controller here, we can use, let's see, no, not that one, this one here. We know we want to find a specific item by its ID and remove it. And so we use the method find by ID and remove. So it will never do anything other than what we want it to, right? It's never going to say, it's never going to delete everything. We are using this specific method here to perform that specific action. You know what I mean? There's no ambiguity. It's going to do that. And the same thing here, find by ID and update. So we know that we're never going to be able to, accidentally update everything because it's looking for one item with that specific ID. So if you're careful about which Mongoose methods you use, you can, really fine tune the behavior of your app so that you're never going to, do the wrong thing that you're not expecting. Yeah. And SQL is far more flexible than that, right? SQL, you write your own statements, and can be, again, you can be flexible about what you're updating, what you're inserting, and be infinitely flexible. But again, with great power comes great responsibility. Yeah. Got to be careful. Do it in dev. Yeah, great question. I love that. Thank you, David. Appreciate the follow. Any other questions? Well, I'm very happy about today. We built a great app, and we also had a great conversation. So, once again, please do go take this app, do stuff with it, add features, remove features, add pages, add analytics, whatever you want to do. I'll link the repo again. Oh, Rascal's too quick for me, as always. Yeah, please do take this, do stuff with it, break it, upgrade the Bootstrap to whatever the current version of Bootstrap is. It's because we're using an outdated version, so fix that. Um, but if you do something cool with it, if you make it pretty or add features, and you post it on Twitter, please do tag me on Twitter, because for as long as Twitter remains a thing, um, I do appreciate seeing what my followers are doing, with their code and what they've learned. So that's always nice to see. Oh, thank you for the follows. Break the Bone, ooh, and Skunkish. Got some great names today from folks. Wish I was, I wish I could come up with creative usernames for things. No worries, Skunkish. Welcome to the stream. Well, yeah, we're just we finished building out this full stack ticket tracker app today. So it writes to a MongoDB database backend. It has a full server, full backend, full front end, and yeah, MongoDB for data storage. And so I was just saying that, I linked to the repo, and I do hope people take this code and make it better, and make it even more functional than it already is. Anything else? And now we finished building the app, and now we're just sort of talking, chatting. So, any other questions or things you want to talk about, things you want to ask? Let's see, I'm trying to think if I forgot anything. I don't think so. Just as a reminder, when you are, building these full stack apps and pushing them up to GitHub, don't forget to put your .env files inside your gitignore, so that you aren't pushing your database credentials. I know we got some newer folks in here, so I just wanted to mention that. Make sure that you put your .env file inside your gitignore so it doesn't get pushed up to GitHub and you aren't sharing your credentials with the whole wide world. What is the roadmap to full stack? So are you talking about like the learning roadmap? Like how do you learn to do full stack? Is that your question? Because if it is, then I got an answer for you. Yeah, from a learning standpoint. All right. So yeah, you may have already done this, but go ahead and do !Leon in chat. !Leon. Because yes, you can absolutely do that, and you should not pay to do it. Okay. Don't pay. Don't buy boot camps. Don't buy Udemy courses. Don't buy whatever. Don't pay anything, because you can learn to do it for free, which is how I learned. So you can learn to do it. There's Leon Noel on Twitch, and 100 Devs is the training course. It'll take you from not knowing how to do this at all, through HTML, through CSS, through JavaScript, and then also how to get a job when you're done. And again, no cost. It's entirely free, and you should not have to pay to learn this stuff. How quick? Well, as quick as you want to go. So we actually just finished a cohort, or a zero to hero kind of class. And so all of the content is available on YouTube and Twitch. So you can watch as many videos as you want, as quickly as you want. I will say you should take time to actually learn the material, instead of watching, 6 videos a day or whatever. I don't know if, yeah, it would be like 18 hours on average. I don't think you could do that. Um, yeah, you can go at your own pace. I would suggest also signing up for our Discord, which is that in that list of links there. If you do !Leon, it's in the list of links. Sign up for the Discord. It's super active. There's tons of us on there, thousands of us on there, and so you can get help with questions. You can get help with getting started. Um, and yeah, sign up for the Discord. Read the rules. Your username will turn orange, and then you can go to the Catch Up Crew channel. There's a channel in there called Catch Up Crew, which is for new folks who are just starting out, and everybody there will help you out, help you get started. Yeah, it's all self-paced. Exactly. Yep, practice is important. I'm glad you understand that, synth. Um, yeah, and it sounds like you got a good mindset going into this, synth. So I think you'll be fine as long as you're willing to practice and willing to take your time. Yeah, just watch the lessons, do them in order. And again, I was already a SQL dev when I started this 100 Devs course, but um, I didn't know anything about any other languages besides SQL. I didn't know zero, nothing. I didn't know HTML. I didn't know CSS, zero, nothing. And so I started in January, and now I can build full stack apps. And that was going like at the pace of the course. And so you could go faster if that's something you wanted. Currently, a database, HTML, some JS seems to be the backbone of things. What other things are missing? Well, I mean, that's really like to build basic apps like that. That is the backbone, is that you need a front end of some kind, something that faces the user, right? You need to show the user something. You need a view of some kind, something that the user can see and interact with. So whether that's HTML or EJS or something else, you need to show them something. And so we did ours today with EJS. However, some apps have HTML as their front end. The original version of this app, so the local storage version, this right here on the right. This is written in HTML. This is written in EJS. Can you tell the difference by looking at it? No, you can't. You could also do more complex things with something like React, which can do a lot more with individual components. However, again, it's not strictly necessary. You can still do these things in HTML and say EJS. So HTML, you need to show the user something. Now you can style that user view with things like CSS, which is styling. So HTML for content, CSS for styling in general sense. And then JavaScript can help control the behavior of the app. How does that app work? What does it do when you interact with it? That's what JavaScript can do. Um, and then the database is like the memory of the app, right? It stores the data that you want it to store, and then you can remember things by retrieving them from the database. So in order to make a full stack app, that is really all you need. Now, can you do more? Yes, you can. You can use additional tools, different types of database backends. You could code it. You don't have to code an app in JavaScript. It could be coded in something else, like folks, you know, were saying like, well, PHP or things like that. Yeah, you can use other languages, but if you want to build an app in its most basic form, HTML, JavaScript, and some kind of database backend, that'll get you an app. Yeah. Exactly. And Amazon.org gives an example there. They say, I'm working on a full stack project right now, except I'm using React as my view. Yep, exactly. So the main components of a full stack app are essentially, yeah, the view that you show the user, the model, the thing that you put your data into, and the controllers, which are like the brains. And so in this case, we are using EJS to power our view to show the user. We're using MongoDB as our, as our place we're putting our data and our data storage. And we're using JavaScript to power our controllers. Yeah. So what's important is that if you're just getting into full stack, um, not to make it too complicated, right? Folks are going to come and they're going to try to tell you what the the new hotness is, all these libraries, things, extensions you just got to have. You really don't. In order to get the concepts, you should keep things simple for starters, right? Build simple things that work simply and are easy to follow. And then as you see needs for additional things, you can start adding layers on. Um, yeah, don't make it too complicated too quick. Um, Castor says, I have a question. Oh yeah, H Mendoza, thank you so much. Yeah, appreciate it. Go do what you got to do. Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate it. Castor says, I have a question. When it comes to coffee chats, is it okay to talk about their work environment? Yeah, I would say so. As long as you're, respectful about it. As long as you're like, hey, does your workplace suck? Then that no, that would not be the way to ask that question. You could just be like, a way to ask it might be, so can you tell me a little bit about, what you do day to day? Like what is a day like for you? So that's what I might ask that person that I'm chatting with. I might say, "Yeah, what does a day look like for you at work?" And that'll give you a feel for, how hectic is their schedule? How do they communicate with their teammates? How many meetings do they have in a day? Are they overworked? Do they just have a ton of work all the time? So that might be a way to ask that question. Since says database is backend. Yep, the database is where it's like MongoDB, the thing that we're storing our data in. That is the back end of the back end. It's the caboose. Yep. Yeah, and then the back end generally consists of like your controllers, so like the brains, your JavaScript brains, and then your memory, which is your database. But there's always some debate about what's strictly back end and stuff. But in general, yes, the database is always going to be back end. Um, DB is the subset of the backend. Yeah. No worries, Caster. Thank you for the follow, Sridev. Appreciate it. Okay. Any other questions? Backend can be whatever is not front end. Yeah. Yeah. um. Oh wow. Okay. So I'm probably not going to look at that right now. Um. There's a lot here. I mean, a roadmap can be like whatever you want it to be. Um, JavaScript roadmap. I don't know which roadmap you want me to look at. Because there's a lot here. Um, yeah, I don't know. There's a ton. They're quite dense. Yeah, I would say the most important thing. So, okay, here's what I would say. The most important thing is don't make it too hard. Don't make it too hard on yourself. Don't go off of somebody else's checklist and be like, well, the checklist says I have to do this, this, and this before I can even build anything. The way I like to do it is I like to say, here's something I want to build. Like, I think that would be cool to build. And then I figure out the skills that I need in order to build it. Versus saying, like, okay, I have to do this, and then do this, and then this, and this. Be like, okay, well, all right, I want to build, like, I want to build a ticket tracker. That's basically what I said on this one. I was like, all right, I want to build a ticket tracker and I want it to be full stack. All right, so for full stack, I'm going to need some, I'm going to need some well, not even CSS. I'm going to need some JavaScript. I'm going to need a database. All right, and you can kind of figure out how to do those things. Take a look at front end and back end. Okay, I've never seen these before, so oof, oof. Oh lordy. Okay, no. I mean, yeah. If you really need a checklist to follow, um, all tools to solve a problem, ingredients to make the app. Um, if you really want to follow a checklist, sure, but do you need all of these things to build apps? Like, do you need to know literally all of these to build apps? No. Um, is it, are these nice things to learn? Sure, but do you absolutely need them? No. if you want, don't let, I guess this is fine to follow, but don't let it hold you back from building things that you want to build. I'll say that. So I mean, yeah, basic questions fine. I would say HTML, CSS, JavaScript. After you get this far, like right here, you can start building stuff. You can build whatever you want right here. HTML, CSS, JavaScript. Hooray, you can build things. Do you have to go any farther? Not necessarily. If you want to, absolutely. Do you have to? No. Uh, let's look at backend. I imagine backend is similar. So learn a language, JavaScript, and learn GitHub, and then learn a database. That's probably all you need. I would build. Okay, good. I would build something and then look at these roadmaps to see what I used. Okay, sure. Yeah, that's fine. I was thinking you were saying that you needed to like go through the whole thing before you could build something. I was like, no. Yeah, this is very daunting, right? And I hope that I don't want I hope that people don't look at this and think that this is what they have to do, because they don't. What I would suggest instead is, following the 100 devs method, which just teaches you HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and you are building things the entire time. So you never feel like you can't build things. There should be no barriers to entry. So I would feel so daunted if I looked at this first. Yeah, don't look. We're not gonna look at that. But I would use this as and okay, so if any so Rascal 2 is, for those of you new to the stream, Rascal 2 is probably one of the most knowledgeable one of the most knowledgeable developers that I know, who just knows many things. And they say I don't even know half of what's on these roadmaps. So there you go. Yeah, I mean it could broaden your scope of tools. It's just important not to take it the wrong way, right? And yeah, and Sri, I love your contribution there, Sri. They say whenever I learn a new language or paradigm or framework, I've noticed that just diving right into the development process with some doc perusal is the best way to learn. I totally agree. Yeah, I always approach it from like, um, oh, I want to learn Tailwind, or oh, I want to learn whatever, something new. What Show me some tutorials, or give me some tutorials, give me some documentation, or give me something that like, or I find something that I just want to build, like a finished product that I want, right? And I struggle, I struggle through it. I work through it. I physically get hands on and build the thing that I want to build using that new product. So yeah, I agree, Sri. For me, that's the best way to learn. You get hands on, you get practice, you learn some pitfalls, you learn how to do troubleshooting. It's a great way to do it rather than just reading stuff. Yeah. David says, but does he work with assembly? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if Rascal knows any assembly. Has anyone in chat built something in assembly? I certainly haven't. No. Uh, I don't have any kind of coding background. I learned SQL on the job. So I got a job and I learned SQL as I worked. And so that's partially why I've been learning web development, because I had such, I just learned SQL on the job and I never learned any other languages. And so I got into doing this web dev stuff to broaden my horizons a little bit. I didn't have to learn it, but I wanted to, because I felt like it would be good to have a wider knowledge base. And it's been a lot of fun, right? Making cool stuff like this, making prototypes, fleshing them out into full stack apps. It's really, really rad. Wrote some assembly in college. Had to write a few things in C++ for speed, but that's the lowest I needed to go. Yeah, right. There's trade offs as you go lower and lower, right? Built a bootloader. Wow. Sound of Gaming. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. All right. Any other questions? Any other questions? I'm happy to answer. But if not, I think I'm going to pull up, see if we can find a good person to raid here while we're thinking about it. All right, raid. No worries, Andrea. If anybody has any suggestions on raid targets, as always, I'm open to hear it. Definitely prefer those in the software and game development field. We've got CM Griffin, Team Vash, Eduardo. I think they only do. I don't think they do English streams on the week on the weekend. Time Enjoyed and Purple Elf. We just rated Purple Elf very recently. Um, but I'm happy to take any of these other folks if you want, or somebody else if anybody has any suggestions. Oh, we just did Time Enjoyed as well. We've just done Purple Elf and Time Enjoyed. I don't think Eduardo is streaming in English right now. We got Team Vash or CM Griffin. I think we haven't done Team Vash in a while, so we might do them if you want. Oh, Dion Saga. Okay. Dion Saga. Oh yeah, we haven't done Dion in a while. Yeah, let's do them. Dion Saga is fun. They are a game developer, so they'll be building something cool, I'm sure. So yeah, let's go ahead and let's go ahead and do Dion. I want to see how far they've gotten in their game. They are building a like a like an action game. I think I forget. All right, let's go ahead and raid them. No worries, Maui. Okay, so starting the raid now. I will see you all again soon. I'm not sure if I'm going to stream on Wednesday. Keep an eye out on my Twitter. I might not stream until next Sunday. We'll see what Leon has planned for the week. I'm just going to go off of whatever Leon does. If he streams, I'll stream. If not, then I'll probably see you all again next Sunday. All right. See you soon. Have a great week. Can't wait to see what we do next. Yeah, and Rascal too is going to be on the Discord. So go over to the 100 Devs Discord and find Rascal if you need help with working on the ticket tracker. So definitely take them up on that. They will help you. All right. See you soon, folks. Have a good one. Raid is starting now.